Oh, okay. Oh, all righty. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to day 2 of the Black Women's Arts Festival of 2022, the 16th annual Black Women's Arts Festival. Our sponsor is the Rotunda, which has been our primary venue since we started. And we had a really good time yesterday, and I'm looking forward to another good time today. I hope you're joining us. I hope you were here yesterday too, and if not, I hope you really enjoyed today. My name is Cassendre. It's Cassendre Xavier. I'm the founder and director of the Black Women's Arts Festival. So I'm gonna read to you a roster of who's performing today, and then I'm gonna introduce our first. Here's the thing. The thing is, our first feature is not here. Dun, dun, dun. So maybe she'll be rolling in a little later. Yeah, I keep looking to where it shows participants, and I'm not seeing the proper number for that. So I'll tell you who's going to be here today. Who is supposed to be here today is Sincere Melody, who is also known as Sean Fulton. And after that, we have Angel Hogan, who's doing poetry. Then after that, we have Tamara L. Xavier, who is doing movement and a lecture about dance. She's a PhD in choreography and dance. Kai Oceans, who's going to be doing an inspirational talk. Asha Mullock, who is a filmmaker. Nikki Powerhouse, who is an author and performer. Myself, Cassendre Xavier, I'll be singing and playing guitar. Erika Richards, who is an illustrator. She's going to do a PowerPoint presentation about her work and her new gallery. So exciting. It's so exciting when you've seen somebody perform for a few years, not perform, but do their art for a few years, and then you just see how they've grown, you know. And so she's been at the festival several times in person as well as virtually. And she's been here with her mother, who helps her in her business, and she comes back and has her own gallery and has even bigger dreams. So it's so exciting. Glynnis Reed, who's a fine artist and poet, and also a graduate student. Keisha Oliver, who's an artist and writer, and Ghettosongbird, who sings and plays the guitar with her whole family. She plays the guitar and they play other instruments. Husband, kids, all of them. And it's really inspiring. Let's see. Yeah, I really don't know what to do about the situation. I could take my guitar out and start to play it. It's funny, I wasn't prepared for this. I mean, I think that's kind of a good idea. Oh, yay! Praise the Lord. Sean is here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sean, I'm going to introduce you now. Sincere Melody is a spoken word artist who you're going to hear now. Hello. Hi, I'm going to introduce you now.
Okay.
Okay. Sean E. Fulton, stage name Sincere Melody. Daughter, sister, mother, aunt, poet, author, human. Born and raised in the Philadelphia and surrounding areas. Sean says, I have been writing poetry for over 20 years and performing off and on for most of my life. I write as a form of therapy. Everyone, my phone just decided it was going to start doing strange things. Here we go. Everyone has a story, and I listen and incorporate it into spoken word. Here to be a help to anyone I come across. Forward motion. Please welcome Sincere Melody.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon to one and all. I want to thank Cassandra again for this beautiful opportunity, this great platform. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I can't thank you enough. Blessings to one and all. This is my first piece. It is called Love. Love. These 4 little letters put together hold such power. Love, such a word, should never be spoken out of the mouths of those who do not understand the meaning. Love. This word itself, all by itself, can make a person whole or split a person in half. It's written about in songs and talked about in poetry. You hear the word as an infant in arms. All your life you grow up trying to show everyone love. But is it possible to show love to those people, your family, your friends, everyone, the significant other, whomever it may be, male or female, not knowing truly yourself if you are loved, feeling empty and not capable of knowing whether or not you yourself should even be blessed with the opportunity of being loved for the person you are and not who you want to be. Love, what a word. Love, what a feeling. Love, can I be loved? My next piece is called Baby. Due to the fact of everything that's going on with Roe versus Wade being overturned in state after state, I wanted to bring across this piece, Baby. God, I'm not ready for this. God, I can't deal with this. I'm not ready for this. I'm only 16. Sex me till I bleed. Go ahead, watch me cry, then slowly die. My insides are empty from all this pain. How come no one told me love doesn't come like this? My legs wide open for nothing. I did them all in vain. Somebody pump life back into my veins. This here is a damn shame. I just wanted a man to love me, but nobody told me how. So I just did what my stepdad showed me, laid on my back and let him mold me. Listen to the stories he told me as he stroked what I thought was love in me. At least that's what he said until he noticed my belly getting big. Now he calls me a whore. My mama's walking around here in shock. Now she go and buy a door with a lock for me. I laugh because it's a little too late. My 16th birthday tomorrow. Don't much matter, my life full of sorrow. All I wanted was a man to love me. Now I gotta learn how to love. Now I gotta learn how to love. But ain't nobody showed me how. How I'm supposed to love this baby when I'm just a baby myself. Oh God, please help me. I don't wanna be here no more. I feel like a motherless child. Where's my mama? Where was my mama when all this was going on? Did she have her blindfolds on? What about my daddy, my real daddy? Because maybe he would have shown me real love. Maybe I would have known what love looked like. If he had a clue what that bastard had me do, his baby girl would no longer have a baby growing inside her. I feel like he would understand me. I'm sure I understand what real love would feel like. But I sit here alone, feeling my belly filled with a life that I have to love. And one day he or she is going to need love. Papa, can you hear me? Papa, can you feel me? See, one day these are all questions he or she is going to ask. Who's your daddy? Where's your daddy? But I can't answer those questions because I don't have a clue. I think I'm going crazy. I think I'm going crazy. Is it possible for a child to go crazy? Everything looks a bit hazy now. See, I'm staring at that wire hanger over there. Looks like my salvation, reaching to grab it. I think that's the best thing I can do for me and you, baby. My next piece is called Damaged. This was written for one of my sisters. Shout out to you, Shayla. She said, I'm damaged. No one's gonna want me with all this baggage. Bang, lady, you gonna hurt your back. Steady trying to pick myself up and find my way. Continuously getting lost along the way, although I know there's a light that shines at the end of the tunnel, and every night and day I pray. See, I pray and put into action all that, and I find satisfaction. In the morning when I rise, I see the sun before my eyes. So radiant is its glow, bathing in the rays of its rays, healing as they touch. Oh, how I love it. And that is what I will continue to do. Love, find it. Love, give it. Love, be it. Damage, no, I'm not. Couple of cracks, maybe. But in time, they will heal. Long as I stay in the lights of the sun. See, I pray and pray and pray and pray. The next piece is called Name. There's something in a name. There's power in a name. His daddy had cracked up dreams, told everybody life is about this right here, cream. Cash rules everything around me, and everything I know I'm gonna show my seed. True indeed. Mama was really no better, spent her days behind a bar selling drinks to dudes who stayed trying to get in her pants, or rather, should I say up her skirt, and nights wrapped her long legs around them. That's how they met, both of them willing to get and give just a little bit of themselves. And among the selfishness, there was born a beautiful child. She names him Akin because she saw the name on a wall before in an inn. Thought it beautiful, just like him. Although she had no idea what it meant or the significance it would have in his life. By the time Akin was 12, his dad started to show him the ropes, said, look here, son, before you lies your destiny. This is what you're meant to be, a thug, just like me. Akin had other ideas in mind. Akin could not see being like his dad. He wanted more. He knew there were bigger and better things in store. So he stood up and told his dad, I can't and won't be and do what you want me to do. I have so much and too much love for God, myself, and my people too. As Akin was talking to his father, a family friend walked in. His dad said, "Boy, shut up, all that talk, and drop this package off at the park." Akin looked at his dad, then replied, "No, you'll have to do that yourself." His pop started to take off his belt, then said, "You lucky I'm running late," and walked out the door. Akin sat down with a grin. The family friend said, "Warrior, yes, that's what you are. You had no idea? Ready to fight, aren't you?" "What do you mean?" replied Akin. "That's what Akin means. Warrior, brave, strong, hero. No one ever told you?" "No," he smiled, the biggest smile you ever have seen. "So I asked you, Akin, are you ready to fight for what you believe in?" The next piece is called Ayana. This piece was written during the time I was working as a supportive assistant, working with kindergartners. This is loosely based on one of the students in some other situations. Ayana was 5, and today she hid in the corner as she could barely watch her mother stay alive. She fought off blows aimed at her head, but they came too fast. Right, then left, and right. From a dad full of empty promises who was always screaming at them to get the monkey off his back. She covered her ears now. Her mother's screams were too intense. She pleaded for the pain to end, but he just did it again and again, tossing her as she started to bleed. He whispered, "Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf." Then he kicked her in the stomach and said it louder. "Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf." Ayana looked at her mother, bald on the floor, not screaming, wondering if she was even breathing. Her dad simply paced the floor, repeating his now infamous phrase, "Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf." Ayana stood up, wiped her eyes, and said, "I'm not." She knew there was something she had to do. See, her and her mother had talked about this time and time again. If this ever happened, there was something she had to do. Distract him, save her mom. Distract him, save her mom. Dial 911. See, all she knew is that she was 5. And for as long as she could remember, her father was beating her mother and she was hiding in the corner. But this time, she had to save her mom. The next piece is called Thyself. I don't love me. I don't love me, but I want you to. Yeah, I walk around here like I love me, but I don't. You think I'm the best thing since wheat bread. That's right, I said wheat bread because you know wheat bread is the best. You always see me smiling. For one reason or another, everyone thinks I have it all together. But if you take a good look, you might see the real me, and I'm falling apart. I don't love me, I don't love me, but I want you to. I don't just want you to love me, I need you to. Hey girl, check out my wrist. This is real nice, replied. She replied, but who blacked your eye? Oh, girl, come on now. I said, check out this bling. My man brought me this. This is 2-carat diamonds. What you talking about? He said he loves me, and he said he'll never do it again. She pointed at her eye and said, right there is how you know. I don't love me, I don't love me, but I want you to. Every day I lose more of myself trying to hold on to you as your eyes roam about to make me have nothing but self-doubt. You only had eyes for me, told me I was beautiful. That's what you once said. Now you say I'm nothing but a waste of time. Play games with my mind, my psyche all over the darn place. Damn, I don't love me. I don't love me, but I want you to. Forget it. I have to learn me again. I don't know who I am. I completely lost myself in you. I need to take a good look in the mirror. As I look in the mirror and repeat this mantra, I don't love me. I don't love me, but I want you to. First, you must know thyself. Know thyself and love thyself. Once you know who you are, someone else can truly love you. Thank you so very, very much for listening. I hope all of this is a help. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, thank you so much, Sincere. Technically, you have until, well, actually, that works out beautifully. Well, let me see. No, would you like to go to 1:30? Do you have more? And I would like to tell our audience that when I was here and Sincere wasn't, it's not that she was late. She was actually early. I was early. And because she was here early and prepared, she was able to start like 4 minutes early. So yeah, I stopped. I was supposed to go on until 1:10, and I was done with my opening at 1:06. And you weren't on until 1:10. So thanks for being here early. See, that's why they say early is on time and on time is late. So thank you. Would you like to share more for the next few minutes?
So what I will do is, because I really want it to be my last piece, but I will do time is essential. Watch the hands as you move on a righteous course. Again, time is essential. Watch the hands as you move on a righteous course. Life is what we make it. So please be proper in your steps. Love you. Love you. Love. Supreme love, receptive love, love.
a wonderful note to end on. Thank you so much for your share. And can I ask, like, how long? Do you mind if I do like just ask a question or two?
Of course.
Oh, okay. When did you start taking your writing really seriously?
So due to the fact that when I was younger, I went through a lot of different difficulties in my life. And when I was I want to say, even in elementary school, I used to just write little things down. And I used to, in middle school, I would skip classes, and I would sing, and I would write songs down in notebooks. So I don't know if you want to say literally taking it seriously, but the seriousness of things came, I would say maybe in my 20s. And I was always, I was the fat kid, fat relative. So I was overweight always. So I didn't start losing weight till my late 30s. I was always teased. I was teased in high school. I was teased always all through my life because of weight issues. So writing, again, was always my therapy, whether it was just little notes and things of that nature. But to take it seriously, that didn't come into my late 20s. And I tell the kids now, because I work for the school district of Philadelphia, I tell them, if you need an outlet, then write.
Yeah.
Because if you keep everything bottled up, you'll end up exploding. It's like a soda, with the top on it. What's going to happen? Explode. The same with people.
Yeah, and you say in your bio that writing was your therapy.
And that's exactly right. So it's therapeutic. Some people sing, some people write, but you still, when you sing, how are you jotting down the notations? You're writing it. So everybody has a vice. We just want to do it in a productive way. Everything in moderation. You know how some people say, oh, you shouldn't do that. How are you going to tell somebody what they should and shouldn't do?
Right. Well, you've turned it into a beautiful art, and I'm glad we were able to benefit from it both yesterday and today. And I think we're going to stay in touch, you and the festival. So, yeah. So very much. Thank you very much.
I thank you. I thank you for your platform. I'm thankful that I was able to come across it. And I pray that we are able to stay in touch, that you are a blessing to so many. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So are you. Thank you. And now it is time for me to introduce Angel Hogan.
Yes. So I'm waiting to stay in tune to see what she does, and continue with what you're doing. Continue with everything that you do. You're great.
Thank you. I feel like that's a blessing, and I really, really receive it, and I put it in my place where I record things. So it's gonna play back and be a blessing to me. So thank you for supporting me. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
Okay, I'll see you later. Angel Hogan is an activist, poet, and filmmaker with an MFA in creative writing from Drexel University. She has performed as part of Resist is a Womanist Word, a tribute to Sonia Sanchez, Moonstone Presents, Literary Deathmatch, First Person Arts, and the Philadelphia Fringe Festival. She worked with Artwell, was a contributing editor to Philadelphia Stories. I did not know that. And was a review panelist for the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. Her short documentary about family, race, and identity was selected for the first annual BPHL Innovation Film Festival in 2020. She is a 2022 Black Music City grantee. Angel believes in the transformational power of stories. See more at angelhogan.com. Please welcome Angel Hogan. You're muted.
Okay, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Cassandra. This is my maybe 4th or 5th year with the Black Women's Arts Festival, and it is an honor and a pleasure. Thank you again for the opportunity. I'm going to share some poetry today. I'm going to start with the moment. In the moment, before the drugs settled in, she had a vision. She saw herself at 56, decades ago, standing in the rain at the corner, hailing a cab. It was the year she decided she was invisible, her belly soft, her thinning curls dull and unremarkable. Her lover was mostly absent. She ate her dinners bent over a book, alone. Yet on this day, in the vision, there she stood, solid and whole, arm raised, determined. My God, she thought. My God, I really was beautiful. This is Sadie dreams of her mother walking into the ravine. I agree, it must be the seasons. You think you are seeing, but you're not. Hard to imagine either of us that young, yet it happened. Listening to her family in the next room while laying twisted in fever. Never again to hear a bell without hearing the bell. The package left suddenly in the night, unopened. With some relief, you watched her walk away and knew not to stop her, soft and letting go, through the moss to the leaves above, easing into the water, eyes open. Listen. Listen, there's something I need to tell you. And when I'm done, there's no guarantee this will still be true. But for now, these are the only words I know. Before I was born, I was water. And when she was alone, when all was silent, we would ease into a stillness. Sometimes there was a great and urgent conversation inside, beyond the thump of our hearts. The language was one I spoke, but lost the night I dreamed of laughing and woke up, blood, flesh, bones, hair, breathing air instead of water. Each port. Let's begin again at the end. From the window, watching you twirl into existence, the pup chasing the bees, chasing the shadows, trees, urgent blooming, spun back like glass, crunch sealed, ice packed, the wind curling into the corners. Pipes grind to a halt, dry leaves tumbling all at once. The dark day, the blue morning. Dusk comes quickly, the ginkgo now bare. A stunned rose has found herself bloomed right here in late October. Now the luxuriant rolling valley, the willow bowing into the creek, the long stretch of promise, algae on the pond, goose tracks, milkweed wishes, sticky pickers, and blazing the sun. This is an old one that I've resurrected because I wanted to, and it's nice to read it again. So I'm going to share it today. It's called Blindfold. Sweet Jesus, grant me the power to delve deeper, deeper still, cracking it all up, unsheathing, splitting everything, then leaving it out in the sun, exposed. Give me some bitterness and irony, like the blind foal born when I was 10, pushed out slick and steaming, tearing his mother with urgent hooves, then shot in mercy a day later. The mare stood, her tender parts swollen and stitched, missing the colt's nubby mouth nudging her belly. All that work for what? Don't listen if at some future date I beg for release, pray for numbness. I may say different, but this is what I really want, really. To scream at the difficult moments, say the awkward things. Let my flustered lovers leave me. Let heartache leave me brave. To remember and shudder, let some pain drive me into corners, collecting the God Almighty ashes and dust, making my own. This is one I haven't read for a while, and I'm happy to read it today. And this is things written down to Cassandra's voice. So this small storm comes on, a prickly tidal wave. Somehow her song travels to the skin, lower back, lower and back. Can feel even as we hear, or we're not hearing until we feel. It's a chill, a warning, a takeover. How to say it? Feel the music so much as hear it without saying what has been said before. Redemption, 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 birthright. So this small storm comes on, a prickly tidal wave. It sounds like with, heart stop, with. It sounds like shh. It sounds like learning, 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 lifting, burning, willing, 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 shush. It sounds like looking back, looking forward, looking. Joy can be mine. I have learned I won't be cruel. I have learned the path less broken. What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? What would you do if I told you I'm not back? I'm back. I'm not back. I'm back. I'm not ready. Not ready. Never ready for pain. This is written for a mentor of mine who is ailing now, and yeah, this is for him. Take it easy, take it hard. For Bubba. In the winter, I wait for summer. In the thick of summer, it seems like the cooler, more tolerable weather will never circle back around. Days and weeks are spiraling past, while simultaneously the bus never seems to round the corner. My friend, you write, innocence, awaiting the divine, suddenly propelled forward on the edge of an alien tsunami. 50 years gone in a blink. And knowing that 50 days and 50 years can blink and drag and blink and drag, how can I argue? How can I deny it? Instead, I'll say this. Go get Marley, walk down and let him splash in the river and shake his natty fur. Sit in the garden near Phoebe's witchy thistle patch. Sit down in the grass, lay down in the grass. Rest your head on the belly of that smelly, precious dog. Light a bonfire, drink wine from a coffee cup on the darkening porch. Dance until the record skips and then tell jokes in the kitchen, mosquitoes slapping. Scratch your beard, take a swim and shake your natty fur. Let your grown son be a child. Take it easy and take it hard. Go get Marley and walk down to the river. I will watch for the bus finally rounding the corner and find myself aboard. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Angel. That was so much literal food for thought. Oh my goodness. Wow. You know, it's really interesting. Like yesterday when Sincere Melody performed, I was reminded of the difference between spoken word and recited poetry. But you had some spoken word elements in how you recited. I felt like I was watching some poetry, but not too unlike spoken word. Do you have any thoughts on that?
That's a great observation. I think maybe perhaps I am right, sort of down the middle. I think it's just what comes organically for me. And also I think it's kind of according to the poem, right? What the poem needs and requires.
Wow. And I just want to thank you so much for sharing the poem, you know, things written down to Cassandre's voice. Is that the name of it? I didn't remember until the very end that when you, I think you started out by saying, I haven't read this in a while, which means this is not a new piece, but it started out as being very new to me. And since I recently sent you a clip of a song that I'm working on, and I thought that's what you were talking about, you know, because she liked it so much. And then when I heard the lyrics to my song, I'm Back Now, I was like, wow, thank you. I felt like I feel like I'm back alive now. You know how there's a thing, how I did the In Memoriam yesterday, because I believe that one way we keep people with us is to speak about them. And so since I'm making my way back, you know, as a musician, that piece, we fortify each other. We're all meant to need each other. And that was a clear example of that. I completely forgot about that poem. So thank you for helping me be a musician again.
It's a pleasure, and your voice and the poetry that you sing is makes me feel alive. And that is an old one, and that's from several albums ago. But I was reminded of just what the power of your voice can do in hearing your music lately. So I wanted to share that poem again.
Well, I really appreciate that. I was going to say something about Sincere Melody again. Oh yeah, the whole writing as therapy for so many of us. We forget that our therapy is therapeutic for others as well. You know, like I'm listening to Sincere Melody and listening to you. And when we're alone with our notebooks or writing songs, we're just head to the grindstone and just trying to make it through the next day. And then and then it's flowers. So.
Yeah, writing can be, you know, art making can feel like a very isolated thing. It can feel isolating, and we do forget just how much we are able to connect with others through this.
Absolutely.
And it's the real magic and beauty of it.
It is.
I thank you for everything, for this, and for your art and your beautiful.
You're welcome.
Beautiful
Thank you for being here again. You always bring your wonderfulness to the festival, and so I really appreciate you. Did you put in your bio that you have an MFA, or?
I think you read that. Yeah.
That was in there? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was in the beginning, but yes, it's in there.
But that's an accomplishment, and I wanted to do that. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Looking forward to the rest of the day.
I'm glad you're here. So that was angelhogan.com. Please visit her when you get a chance. So so Chloe, could you please put the thingy up now on Dr. Niama Williams? So as I mentioned, yesterday I did an in memoriam thing where I honored the memories of two people, Monette Sudler, who was a Philadelphia-based jazz guitarist who passed away at age 70, and in just this past August, and in 2016, Dr. Niama Williams passed away in Long Beach, California, where she was actually from, but she'd spent quite a bit of time living in Philadelphia. She was a friend of mine. She featured at the festival. She was a brilliant woman. And she self-published 14 books. She taught college. She got a PhD in a matter of like a year or so. And she committed suicide. So yesterday I talked about suicidal ideation and how the mental health trends now are moving a lot more towards awareness. And that's a very, very good thing. So it's less scary to talk about suicidal ideations. And I've shared how Niama and I had talked about that in our lives and our experience of having such thoughts since we were children. So today I wanted to say something that I forgot to mention yesterday, which is that she was only 54. I'm 53. She was only 54 when she took her own life. And I wanted to talk about having a support system. Oh, and so I realized that I hadn't shared a suicide prevention hotline number. And so I'm able to do that today. And also talk about the importance of having a support system. Even if you don't have any mental health diagnoses, it's just really good to, if you notice that you're having suicidal thoughts, to just get help, first of all, but in general, set up your life so that you're constantly supported as much as you can be, because you need help. You need help to fight these thoughts and to just have a more meditative approach and to let those thoughts be. And Tamara Xavier comes on next after me, by the way. But I wanted to talk about this because it's very close to my life. I've had suicidal ideations my whole life. I'm one of the many people who has used art to survive. And I have a support system. I have 3 therapeutic sessions per week. I have a therapist, I have a psychiatrist, and I have a mind-body counselor. And in addition to that, I talk with 2 to 3 friends every other week through video chat. We just spend time talking about our lives and our issues and what we're working on and our dreams and things like that. It's also really helpful to be in touch with nature. Like if you don't go on walks, have a pet. And if you can't have a pet, visit people who have pets. Just spending some time with a dog is tremendously helpful. I'm very fortunate to live with 2 cats. And studies show that people who live with cats do much better. They live longer, they have less depressing thoughts. So, so develop supportive habits, like I have all the things that I do to keep myself going, because in my case, it's not an if, but a when these thoughts occur. And also consider medication. And the thing that I always like to tell people about medication is give it a lot of time, because sometimes people will start a medication and then it doesn't work and they just give up and think all medications don't work. There are a lot of different kinds you can try, and then experiment with the dosages as well. And finally, same thing goes for therapy. A lot of people will try a therapist and it doesn't work and they don't click with that person and they think therapy isn't for them. And it could take, over a year and up to 3 different tries to find the person that you click with. But it's so worth it when you find somebody who's professional and who can help you with your problems and your thought patterns. So that's all I'll say about that. I wanted to mention that because mental health is, thank you, Zoe. Please forgive me if I accidentally call you Josie sometimes. I'm talking to the Rotunda staff here, but for some reason Josie's in my head, but it's Zoe. Supportive system, supportive habits, and I was going to say something else. But I think that's it. If I remember, I'll say it later. So now, thanks for listening. And now, oh yeah, mental health. Oh wait, Tamara, is that okay if I? She's like, okay. The mental health thing, just a couple things that I've learned since we are the Black Women's Arts Festival. There are actually differences in the same way that there are differences between how people, women have different heart attacks symptoms than men do. Very, very different. For the longest time, women weren't studied. They were just studying men and thinking that women had the same symptoms, but we don't. So Black women show depression differently than a lot of other women do. A lot of times it comes out as rage, believe it or not. So the Black community has specific mental health issues, such as this idea that you have to be strong or just trust the Lord, just all sorts of things that aren't particularly helpful to us. But it's interesting to note, and all the more reason to, check it out and see what's there for you if you do need help. Thank you. So now I'm going to introduce Tamara L. Xavier, who is my sister, but that's not the most important. She was here yesterday doing movement in a lecture, and she's going to be here in a couple of minutes as soon as I introduce her as well. Tamara Xavier, she, her, is a cisgender daughter, sister, mother, and lover of wisdom. Her undergraduate studies in history and women's studies at Rutgers College in New Brunswick, New Jersey, informed her decision to pursue graduate work in dance at Temple University in the 1990s. She co-produced the award-winning documentary, No, the Rape Documentary, directed by author, activist, educator Aisha Shahida Simmons, and succeeded in including dance in the film on par with poetry. Tamara holds an MED and PhD from Temple University's Esther Boyer College of Music and Dance. She is grateful to participate in the 2022 Black Women's Arts Festival and will present a written work coupled with an improvised dance work. Is that correct, Tammy? You're doing that today as well? Okay. Please welcome Tamara Xavier.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. First, I'd like to begin by thanking Cassendre Xavier for inviting me to participate in this year's Black Women's Arts Festival. I'm always excited to share in a weekend of interdisciplinary creativity by women of African descent. I also want to thank Earl Isaac, who will be assisting me later with the sound and camera during the dance portion of my presentation, and he's my son. Earl, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yesterday, I began by reading from a chapter from Ntozake Shange's Dance We Do, A Poet Explores Dance, entitled Halifu Osamare. Today, I chose an excerpt from the chapter called Diane McIntyre. And this is a quote from Ms. Diane McIntyre, a choreographer of world-renowned esteem. You should look her up if you don't know who she is. Sometimes, this is Diane McIntyre quote, sometimes I might interpret the words as energy in the dancer's body rather than a literal translation. And I should say she's speaking about her process as a choreographer, which is the question Ntozake Shange posed to her about speaking about her process as a choreographer. I'll start again. Quote, sometimes I might interpret the words as energy in the dancer's body rather than a literal translation. Sometimes the dance is a commentary on the words or on the character. Sometimes the dance is the character come to life in the movement and offering you additional information the words did not say. In other words, with recorded music or text, I try to collaborate with the other artists, even if they are not there. Dance, for most of my life, has been a sanctuary where I experience what is described by Dr. Oshimari as a total integration. You may be familiar with the saying, dance as if no one is watching. The statement assumes the fact that a dance is something to be watched, and the dancer should dance freely without a care about who is watching. Of course, when you study dance as an art, your audience is front of mind because people don't want to see a self-indulgent work of art. You don't want to waste people's time who came to see your show, right? Nevertheless, the paradox remains. You spend weeks in rehearsal, if you're lucky, so that the end result looks effortless. Practice your craft without over-intellectualizing the process. One of my dance teachers at Temple University, Darla Stanley, described on her syllabus that she was interested in seeing her students make, quote, heartfelt dances, unquote. And that stuck with me and inspired me over the years when I choreographed dance work. The beauty of dance to me is that there is a holistic approach to whatever subject is being expressed in the dance. Since the instrument of the art is the human being who is quote unquote played, there are countless outcomes and endless possibilities when it comes to expressing ideas from the personal to the political, or the personal as the political, or the political as personal. 20 years ago, I made a dance called Metamorphosis. Meta was separated and all capitalized. The next word, more, was M-O-R. In parentheses, I put the letter T. And the last word was the word phosis, P-H-O-S-I-S, which the dance was focused on transformation. And I'm still exploring the idea of growing and transforming because I'm fascinated by what it takes to change ourselves, from habits to mindsets, from words to thoughts, from dreams to actions, etc. I think about the term embodied cosmology and imagine the worlds within myself and how I've been able to manifest some of them out here in the real world. I observe how the external world affects my own thinking and perspective on things. And I chose to make my presentation for the Black Women's Arts Festival outside on both days because I wanted to take the setting as a metaphor for where I'm going to be performing is going to determine what I decide to do in this moment. I wanted to briefly give some background about my history in dance. I started to dance when I was 9 years old and taking dance classes. It didn't last for very long, but the rest of the dancing I did as a young person was social dancing. And whenever I danced at a Haitian event, when they played compa, which is a style of music I would say is probably like Haiti's national sound. Racine is another. But whenever I danced compa with a partner, I was invariably told, who was usually a Haitian man, that they could tell, even though I was born in the United States, they could tell that I was Haitian because of the way I danced compa. So dancing and the way that I moved to Haitian music really played a big part in me affirming my identity as a Haitian American. And when I went to Rutgers as an undergrad, Rutgers College in New Brunswick, New Jersey, in the early 90s, I joined the dance group that was there and had a wonderful time. We performed on campus, off campus, at local events when they were celebrating either Caribbean Week or there was something called Haiti Week. So we put shows together, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot from the fellow students who some were born in Haiti and some, like me, were born in the United States and their parents were Haitian. So again, dance connects me to my parents' culture, to my culture. And I later decided to pursue dance as I was working on a documentary called No, the rape documentary. You can look it up. There's a website. It took many, many years to be completed, and it finally did get completed, and it's made its way around the world. And the director of the film, Aisha Shahida Simmons, and I would often talk about the process of healing from rape, sexual assault. And I felt myself having to really stress the importance of dance being included in the film. And at first she was resistant, but eventually I converted her and dance made its way into the film. But it was a struggle, and it seems to me that it has a lot to do with the general like Western concept, I think, of words as being very powerful, and they are. And they are. But somehow dance and the body are seen as being nonverbal, so less important. Sorry for the background. I wanted to also read a quick excerpt from a text called Nandomi. Nandomi is translates as being in a dream state. It's written by Mimrose Boubouin, and she is a she's a founder of the band Bookman Experience. If people are aware of Haitian music, they're a very popular Racine group, Haitian Racine group, Bookman Experience. And she wrote this book as a journey, her personal journey into Haitian Vodou. And this chapter I'm reading from is the beginning, the chapter 8, Knowledgeable in Mystical Consciousness is the name of the chapter. From a linguistic point of view, kore, a word derived from the word core, should mean to make one with the body. Nevertheless, from the time she began teaching me, Aunt Tanthea taught me that the word was of African origin. In effect, among the Bambara Mande speakers, core means the highest degree of consciousness. In the Haitian vocabulary, which is based on the French lexicon, when this word is attributed to a human being, Mshekor, you understand right away that it refers to someone who is respected by others, either because of his intellectual knowledge or his magical power. The meaning of kore changes according to the context in which it's used. For example, you also say to someone who has gorged on food, ventre kore, your stomach is well filled. So I wanted to mention this brief section of this book, excuse me, as far as the assumption, how it begins, that there's a certain word and one would think that it's connected to describing the body. And in the African context, it actually refers to consciousness, where consciousness and the body are not necessarily separated. You don't necessarily speak of the mind-body connection because it's there. So here in the Western world, we talk about the mind-body connection to bring it together because the culture in so many ways has separated mind, spirit, consciousness from the body. And so this drives my interest in dance and my study in the art of dance as well. I wanted to briefly discuss the music that I am going to dance to. The song is written by Nneka Egbuna, and she is a Nigerian singer-songwriter and actress. And her fourth album, Love Supreme, has been on heavy rotation in my home and car since its release early this year on her label, Bush Queen Music. On the website, wepluggoodmusic.com, one reads NECA's commentary on the process of making this her first album in 8 years. This is her quote: "I just wanted to vibe, feel myself without doubt, without any defiance towards my work, honestly," unquote. She highlights 3 tracks on the album, which address the evolution of the self, surrendering the ego, and quote, allowing silence to breathe space between people and learning to see others as a reflection of yourself. As I mentioned earlier, being outside is meant to be taken as a metaphor in the improvised dance that I'm going to be performing. Time also can be taken as a metaphor when speaking about dance, music, silence or stillness, and can change the tone of what's being made. Since I don't believe we'll ever return to life as it was pre-COVID-19 unless a cure is found, and time as it was spent during the numerous lockdowns really brought many of us to new realizations that simply did not have time to present themselves before. Have you changed the way you spend your time? Are you more aware of making time to do the things that really matter to you? Do you spend more time thinking about the past or about the future? Do you see them in a different light? These are some of the questions I'm asking myself in this moment. I'm now at the end of the written part of my presentation and will perform an untitled improvised dance to one of NECA's songs called Buckle Up. Kitty Empire, in her review on the album for The Guardian, stated, quote, "There are bangers here that deserve a wider audience. I'm sure Buckle Up would be one on her list." I thought I was going to set a dance piece to the song, but it seemed it was not happening. Dance just wouldn't like repeat itself. So every time I was trying to set something, new ideas sort of pushed that out of the way. So I gave up that plan and decided to let the dance come that wants to come in the moment. Buckle up. I'm going to begin with a brief, maybe 1 or 2 minute breathing, stretching, and then we'll start just to ground myself. Thank you for your attention. Just one moment. Okay, Earl. Yes. I'm not ready just yet, please, but be ready, okay? All right, I'm ready. Okay, not yet, not yet. Give me a minute or 2, okay? Mm-hmm. When I'm ready, you have to be close by. So I'm not saying, huh? Now, okay? Be right here. Thank you. I've been here the whole time.
tell you before. It's okay to be on the floor. Skeletons behind the door. People laughing, but there's some more. Every day you force to be cool. Play your role, sing up in the fool. In your mind, you are the trick. They need to be known to be loved. They feel to be owned to be loved. Kaya one more time. Kaya na go fi waste your time. So buckle up. Oh, buckle up. So buckle up. Oh, buckle up. So buckle up. Buckle up. So buckle up. Buckle up. Oh, brethren, you're not the words. So make the you know say you get this word in your right hand. You know you win. Nothing true about the thing they call sin. The biggest thing will be to be against yourself. And when this happen, you be against the world. Is it real about the lie that they tell? Or why you still want to be your good self? So buckle up. Oh, buckle up. So buckle up. Oh, buckle up. So buckle up. Buckle up. So buckle up. Buckle up. Oh, the team we say we won't sabi well. Oh, the team we say we won't sabi where we dey go. Oh, the team we say we won't sabi where we dey go. Oh, God, make you leave, make you breathe the way. Oh, Lord, what I want, make you breathe the way. Oh, say we won't sabi where we go. Yeah, I won't go my time. Everybody go sign and time. Yeah, no one give you sign. I just know take my time. Yeah, no one give you sign. I just come. I don't know sign. Say, yeah, no one give you sign. No one can waste my time. Say,
Thank you, Earl. Yep, I never get paid. You'll get paid. All right.
Hi,
Hi.
that was great. I know you're gonna, do you still have, I just noted 2 questions or conversation topics for when you're done, just so, but I thought I'd let you know that they're there.
Fantastic. Can we address them? Because I'm
Oh, yes, right now? Yeah, let's, shall we? The first one is improvisation. So when you said somewhere, I don't remember if it was, I don't recall it being in your bio, but somewhere you said that what you would be performing would be improvised.
Right.
So were both of your pieces yesterday and today improvised?
They were. Yes.
Well, you're kind of like Jay-Z then, huh?
No. No, nothing like it. No. It's not a no.
That's a lot of pressure to just get out there and I'm gonna make a dance piece. I'll just let it come to me. I'm just gonna let it flow.
Well, if a dance piece is easy for me to set, if I try to choreograph and it's easy for me to set, I set it. And when I tried to do that with this, because I thought it's better to set a piece than not to set a piece. I don't know, but it just wouldn't set. It wouldn't stay the same. So I was just like, forget it. So how I'm feeling, and I know the things I've been thinking about, and so I just trust that it will come together.
So they were both improvised. That's really, yesterday you did a whole lot of Yambaloo.
I did, yeah.
And today you didn't feel called. It just didn't happen. It didn't want to happen that way. I still think that's an awful lot like Jay-Z, but that's just me.
I did Yambaloo in my arms, hands, but not in the spine like I did yesterday. So yeah, it was different. It was definitely different.
I think some of the best art is improvised art.
Cool.
I think.
To argue, it's all improvised. At some degree, it's all improvised. It's just, I think.
I mean, the place it comes from is so pure because it's just this lightning speed inspiration.
Right, but do you think it's any less pure when you like rehearse it over? I think it's just as pure because you're always coming to it fresh. Even if you rehearsed it and you've done the same thing a million times, it'll never be exactly the same. Even, that day, yeah. When I talk to people and in my own experience, thank you. Thank you.
I know, right?
But in my experience, it's always different. You are always different from one minute to the next, So it's gonna be different in some way. Even if it looks the same.
Even if it's not improvised, you're saying.
Even if it's not improvised, yeah, it's still gonna be different.
Well, the other thing that I wrote down was the choreographing, if that's a word, body. And what this reminds me of when you were getting ready for another presentation sometime like about a year ago or something, I don't remember exactly. I asked you how you're dancing these days because I used to watch you dance when you were in your 20s. And, time has passed, things happen with the body, one has a child, life happens. And so I was just trying to get a feel for what are you doing these days as a choreographer? What you taught me is, and this is something that I never knew, I always assumed that choreographers try to get their bodies to match what they want to dance. And what you told me is that for the most part, choreographers dance according to their body's abilities. So they will create dances that supports what their bodies can do, which is why you actually, if you're progressive enough, you've seen different body shapes and sizes who are doing dance and choreography. So would you say that's partly accurate, or did I misinterpret?
Well, if you are performing your choreography, if you're performing, a professor at Temple, he's doing a project with other choreographers in the area who are older, like in their 50s, 60s, and working with Gus Solomon Jr., who must be in his 80s maybe now. And so talking about continuing to dance as an older dancer and choreographing for dances that you want to do. So in that context, yes. Yes. In that context, if you plan to dance your choreography, then yes, I think that's true. Then you're choreographing to what your body is able to do. But of course, there are people who are choreographing on other bodies who are able to do things that they can't do. So they just,
Thank you. Well, I see that Kai is here. I wonder if we have some time to fill. Kai is scheduled.
oh no, we don't have, well, I don't know. When am I supposed to be done? 2:25? Okay.
I'm looking at Saturday's schedule. Yeah, 2:25 is when yours ends. And Kai starts at 2:30. But would you mind talking to me until 2:27?
No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I'm sorry, I was trying to see the comments, but no, we can talk as long as we can talk. Yeah, let me know. You're the timekeeper. Thank you so much for the comments, Nikki.
Pardon?
I was saying thank you for the comments that I saw.
You're welcome. And I think it would be great if when we get a comment from somebody that's like a significant comment, that we kind of read it if we have enough time. I know the chat thing, because that way whoever's watching after today can know that Nikki Powerhouse said something awesome about improvisation, for example.
She did, yes.
Yeah. Yes. So, but it wasn't acknowledged verbally, so I just thought I'd put that out there. I also wanted to thank you for being out in nature. Have you heard of this thing called grounding/earthing?
Yeah, that's kind of like forest bathing also too, something like that.
I bet you it's related because it sounds just as silly. But I try to do some grounding and earthing. Like I'm dealing with some root chakra issues. So one of the things that you can do is sit on the ground and just sit there for like 15 minutes. And that's really helpful. So I was just appreciating, watching Earl spin around in the background, and because child energy is just great. Yeah. And the fact that I'm just looking at a whole lot of just chlorophyll out there, because I'm not out in nature, but I feel that vicariously by watching you, I have some more nature in my life. So I'm glad that you chose that, because if you could have chosen a different venue, you could have chosen an indoor venue. So it's nice to see a Black woman dancing on the grass. And I take it you're not dancing barefoot, because where are we? Vermont?
I'm wearing sneakers. Yeah, I'm wearing sneakers.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's big living. So that's what I wanted to say. I did not know about Carrie-Anne Welch's passing. Thank you for informing me of that. When did that happen?
She passed on October 11th, 2021.
Of last year. Okay. Our father's birthday, also National Coming Out Day. October 11th is National Coming Out Day.
Okay.
So let me see what time it is. And the other thing I wanted to say is that it's always a delight to see non-musicians not only enjoy music, but incorporate music in their work somehow, especially in such the organic way that you do it. You're not doctoring up the music or anything. It's just straight up the way it was made. And I just think it's really neat to see a dancer, because you've always really been inspired by music as a dancer. I wonder if it's natural. I bet you it's a natural thing, because I had a drum. One of the times that I worked with a drummer, this guy was this Italian-American jazz trap set player. And he had gigs all over town, restaurants all over. But for a while, he had a gig dancing, playing drums for a dance class or troupe, a dance class or troupe.
Okay.
And he said that the women were always very responsive to the drums. And I remember thinking, oh, I get it. There's a thing about women and drums, and this thing about rhythm. And I've totally had crushes on my drummers when, and Sarah McLachlan, and she married her drummer. I just think there's a thing about drums, and I don't know why I brought this up.
But I do want to mention that with the song that I chose, that was the one reason that I thought about maybe making the dance inside, where the music could become louder, because it is such a good groovy, like it has so much that I was like, oh, being outside, you don't have like the sound system that would be really, I mean, I blast this in my car, the bass way pumped up. So I just want to encourage people, to check out her music if you don't already know about her. And it's just, she's great.
Here's a question, and then I think it'll be my last question. And then I'm going to introduce Kai Oceans. So what are your, I know that I hate when people ask questions like this when I watch journalists. They don't get the question out. They just start blah, 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 and then finally 3 days later you have your question. But before I get to the question, I know that you submit your papers to places, and periodically you go present a paper, you go someplace, you dance. And, because you work full time outside of the arts sector and you are child rearing, yet you still remain active as a choreographer, I'm wondering if you have any goals for the next couple of years. No pressure.
That would be cool. In the realm of the arts specifically, is that what you mean?
Yeah, like, do you want to submit more papers? Do you want to have danced at least 2 different places?
We'll see. I'm spending a lot of my time with family. We have family with some health issues. So
Right. Elder care.
Yeah, well, people who don't want their business out there. So we will not.
Hypothetically speaking, people who are just highly private. Yeah.
But who will maybe watch this. So I'm spending more time just staying close to home and just day to day maintaining. I don't have any specific things that I would speak on at this moment.
Okay.
It'll be a mystery. All right.
Thank you so much, dear sister. Thank you for presenting your work today.
All the time. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I do really value this venue, this opportunity. I really do. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Love you.
Bye. Love you too.
Okay, bye.
Back to the show.
And now we are ready for Kai Oceans. So I'm just gonna put the code in my phone and get the bio again. Like games. Hey, Kai Store.
Hey, Cassandra.
Alrighty. Kai Oceans is a non-binary identified artist, speaker, business coach, and blogger specializing in spirituality, manifestation, business creation, and honoring who you are and your unique needs. Kai currently lives in Philadelphia, building his artistic skills, growing his spiritual practice, and sharing his experiences on his blog, www.followyourinnerchild.com, to inspire other creatives to build businesses around their works. Yeah, please welcome Kai Oceans.
Hey, everyone. So today I will be doing a presentation on how to create a sustainable creative practice. Over the past 2 or so years, I have learned that, having more structure as a creative person was very helpful to me to actually sort of rebuild that connection with like drawing every day and tap into my creativity. but also finding ways to do that in a way that honors my time and energy. And so what I'm about to present to you is things that I'm currently working through and learning and have learned over the last year or two, as far as how to create a creative practice that is nice and bite-sized enough that you can do it every day so you can stay consistent, versus something that is more long and drawn out, like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, sort of creative practices that, that idealized version, like you're drawing all the time every day, but you might not have all that time. So I found a way to, I don't want to say dumb it down a word down, but shrink it down enough for it to be accessible to me every day. So we'll go straight into it. And then I'm also going to show examples of how all the information I'm going to give you sort of translate into a written form that you can track your progress as far as just your creative practice. So what is a creative practice? It is an intentional practice of creating, learning, mastering, and using the skills, craft, technical, artistic, intellectual, and creative, that go into making our creative artwork. So what does it mean to have specifically a sustainable creative practice? Having creative practice that can be easily done, that doesn't deplete your resources or energy, a way of fitting in that practice that honors your time, space, needs, and unique lifestyle, whatever that might mean or look for the creative person, while also bettering your skills in your craft. And so what makes this sustainable, as I read in my own definition of a sustainable creative practice, is it being, again, small enough, bite-sized enough that you can do it consistently. And also it's bite-sized enough that no matter what you're doing, you can fit it in to your day and lifestyle. So why create a sustainable creative practice, which I pretty much kind of went over very lightly in the past 2 minutes. Having hours of time to create, practice, and better your skills can be difficult for many reasons, from work, children, mental health, packed schedules, school, other hobbies, physical health, or neurodiversity. So being able to create a way of practicing that can be bite-sized enough to do consistently, but doesn't take up a lot of time or energy to do, can allow anyone to pursue a creative skill without it having to be a big time commitment. Also, it's small enough to easily, sorry, phone is responding to what I'm saying. Also, it's small enough to start easily and to expand and improve on if you so desire. So obviously, we all living our lives, we're not in high school and have more free time and things like that. We have whatever our life contains and whatever our physical standings is, as far as the way our brain functions, mental health, physical health, etc. All these different kind of aspects of our lives can take up a lot of it. And so it can be very difficult to fit in an hour, 2 hours, however long, to dedicate to a hobby or creative practice or anything really that isn't essential to keep your life going. So creating a sustainable creative practice and having it in that bite-sized way can easily fit into that. So whatever your lifestyle might look like, or whatever your schedule might look like. So you are still able to, pursue a creative hobby or connect more with your creative skills or improve your creative skills and whatever it is that you want out of this sustainable creative practice. My big thing is accessibility. Even if you don't look like you need it or whatever the case may be, I like things being easy, because I know for me, being a neurodiverse person, a lot of, self-improvement, goal setting, things of that nature, structural things, isn't that accessible to me, because it's based on a way that my brain simply does not really work well with. So I have to find ways to make it work for me, to completely create a new system, essentially. So I just, even outside of that realm in my own personal life, I just believe that anything that you do in life should be easy, should be inherently easy. It shouldn't be difficult or hard, because it's just going to, kind of slow down the whole process of what you want to do, especially if it's like a creative process or something fun and something that's personal to you. So what are the benefits of having a creative practice? You can develop your skills, engage in activity that improves your mental health, connect with a deeper part of yourself and your creativity. It gives you a break from everyday life and the mundane aspects to it. You can trace and see improvement in your work as well. So there's many benefits of having a creative practice or just spending time doing creative things. I mean, there's probably hundreds of different benefits to connecting with your creativity or having sort of like a creative space to practice and just do your work. But these are some of the ones that I've listed. And, you know, why maybe having some of these reasons why or the benefits of having creative practice can also help inspire people to, you know, put this small bit of time into their creative craft or skills. So we're about to go into the meat of this whole process is how to make a sustainable creative practice. You know, how do you do that? So the first steps to creating a practice is start with your why. And this is more akin if you want to add like a goal setting sort of aspect to it. And having your why in an easy place where you can see it every day, where you can practice will also help you stay on track on why this progress is important to you. So your why doesn't have to be anything, you know, big or meaningful or anything, you know, deep by any measure. It could be just like simply improving an aspect of your craft, or you want to be consistent with practicing or drawing or creating every day, or just trying to get back into sort of like a creative flow, connect with your inner child. It could be anything, but listing your why will also help you, you know, again, help you why you're doing this and why it's important to you, and can help you stay consistent and keep on track with doing it, because it's easy to start something and to lose track of it. Because again, we're living full lives these days, and once, you know, it's out of your like sight and it's not like essential, like, you know, a job or something, or getting the kids out to school, you can forget about everything connected to it. So having your why and having that close to you where your creative practices can help you keep that, you know, in your head and keep you on track with it. Another question you can ask yourself is, what do you want to achieve? Knowing what you want to reach for is more helpful and also provides more clarity to the artist and a great reference point when goal setting. Do you want to practice every day? Do you want to get unrusty? Do you want to add more creativity in your life? And this is, again, more akin to if you want to add like a goal setting aspect to it, if you want to. Also, you can do this without the goal setting aspect. So if there's a specific area in your creative craft that you want to learn, you know, what is it? Because if you are going to be specific and really hit a certain goal in your creativity or your craft, it's really important to get specific so you don't get sort of lost in the sauce of like, what do I do? Like, you know, where do I start? That type of thing. So what is it that you want to learn how to do? Again, more akin to something a little bit more in the goal setting sector. Be as specific as you can so you don't get sidetracked with all the options of what you can do. It will also help you get to the real tangible result than a vague one that can take a lot longer to achieve or is hard to see in real time. And so this is, you know, again, more akin to the goal setting sort of version of creating a sustainable creative practice, is knowing, you know, what result you want to reach. Let me get my thing here. Being as specific as you can will be really helpful. Is helpful because you do, if you want to see a certain progress in a certain area in your creative practice, having a way to track that and to see the result and the practice between where you are now to where you are going to be or where you're reaching for will, you know, improve your motivation, and also it will help you see the progress you're making. It's easy to say, I just want to draw better, I just want to paint better, dance better, write poems better, whatever, and, you know, have that be the goal, and then like practice whatever you want to practice, but not necessarily see if you're actually improving. So for example, I'm an artist. I do a lot of visual arts, specifically drawing. I do paint. That's a painting I did a couple years ago. With paintings, like I want to get better with color theory. That's pretty vague because there's a lot in color theory. So to break it down, I want to practice on the more cooler colors like greens, blues, purples. Being specific with like the type of colors you actually want to get better in, you can specifically practice that and specifically see the results from that because it's something that is, very detailed. With color theory, you can go all across the board around it and you might not see a tangible result because you're learning so much, trying to learn so much, trying to practice so much, and you kind of dilute like this sort of growth that you're making, where being specific, you can get more growth and see more growth a lot more quickly because you're focused on a certain area. And, obviously you can be as broad or as specific as you want, but I guess just for the purpose of this presentation, I would say be as specific as you can because you're really going to get a lot more bang for your buck in that area. Let's see. So what is the bare minimum amount of time you can give to your sustainable creative practice? Decide how much time you want to start out with. Even 10 minutes of focused work will compound over time. And this is like really the sort of big structural piece. Like this is what makes a sustainable practice sustainable. What's the bare minimum time you can give? Again, even 10 minutes of focused work done in like a month, that you will make progress, especially if you're being specific with certain areas. I do my own creative practice is 25 minutes because it's long enough that I can really focus, but it's also short enough that I can fit it in the mornings typically, or in the afternoons or in the evenings. It's not like an hour, which it feels very overwhelming. And depending on the type of day that I'm having, it could be hard to fit it in, especially if you're kind of like a perfectionist like me and want to do it, perfectly, or have that sort of hang up. Like I don't want to start if I know I can't do it for that whole hour. So break down what it would take to get there. So you have your goal and it's pretty specific. I'm going to keep using the example of color theory. If there's a certain skill level project or goal you want to achieve in your craft, break down the different steps or technical skills you will have to learn to get there. So again, I want to learn how to paint with the cooler colors. So breaking that down further, what will it take for me to get better in those cooler colors? Maybe it's learning about color theory in general, and then learning specifically about the cooler colors, how to work with cooler colors. Different materials you can use, like different types of paints. Maybe the type of paint that you're using isn't, really good as far as like those blues or whatever. You might need a different brand to get to really bring out those colors. Different materials, paintbrushes, things like that, different techniques, listen to podcasts, watch videos, whatever sort of baby steps that will take you to that specific goal of getting better with the cooler colors, which then kind of overheads or goes under the color theory goal, getting better with color. Those little baby steps will help you get to that bigger goal. And also, again, it keeps things very simple, because this is what this whole thing's about. Despite all the information I'm spewing at you, but it'll all make sense once you see my written down version of all this. So use trackers to show progress and accountability. If you can easily lose track of where you are in a certain project, progress, or goal, having trackers can help you stay on top of where you are. You can have a visual representation of your progress you are doing and an easy point of reference if you somehow fall out of your routine. And so this is very important for me, but I know it can be important for other people that, again, life is busy. you might have to skip a day or two, and you might lose track of whatever you're practicing on, if you're practicing on a certain piece or whatever you're doing. So having a tracker that can show you what you have done and where you are and, you know, where you want to go will have that sort of visual reminder. So you don't have to think about like, oh, where did I leave off? Or, you know, where am I going? Like, it's just a great way to, you know, make this process really smooth despite life's ups and downs, or, you know, not being able to be able to have that creative practice every day. So the next point is start from where you are. It's okay to simply start from where you are if you are overwhelmed with what you can do. The point is to simply create a routine you can stick to, then to achieve a specific goal. So if you really don't know what you really want to do as far as your sustainable creative practice, it's fine. Like it's not like integral to make this, again, sustainable. Sustainability is just like, how much time can you dedicate? If it's 10 minutes, just do that every day. There's your sustainable creative practice. But if you really do want to learn something, or, you know, just don't know what to do, start from where you are. Maybe it's just like, again, I'm going to use the color theory thing. Maybe it's just like picking up some paintbrushes and just playing with color, just doing a colorful piece just to kind of get a feel of where you are. If you feel like you're weak in a certain area of color or rendering and things like that, that can be the goal, or whatever the case may be. Maybe it doesn't turn out to be color. Maybe it's like, oh, I have a hard time like sketching what I want to do, and you just start from there. So either way, it's all about just having, again, the barrier entry so low that you can easily, you know, get to the table, get to the easel, get to the journal, and just, you know, engage with your creative practice, your creativity. So shoot for consistency, not perfection. Have a sustainable creative practice about making consistent progress making consistent progress easy. Not doing your practice works perfectly. You achieve better results faster and longer with consistency than doing something perfect once in a while. And yeah, that's pretty much like the whole, it's not a slide, but the whole point. You're trying to win a consistency game, not the perfection game, because if you do something consistently for 30 days, even though it's not perfect, you'll make a whole lot more progress than trying to do something perfect maybe once a week, or once this 1 week, then it's like 3 weeks, and you do it again. And then, you know, you don't do it till another 4 weeks, and then you do it again, that's perfect. And then do it again for some other amount of time. Like, you're not going to make that much progress because the consistency piece is simply not there. And you're just going to lose a lot of that progress as well between those big gaps. And so here's the compound effect, which goes along with my last point. The compound effect is a strategy of reaping huge rewards from small, seemingly insignificant actions. And this is from the book of the same name by Darren Hardy. And his little equation is small choices plus consistency plus time equals significant results. I haven't read the book myself, but, you know, just hearing that simple idea of the compound effect makes a lot of sense. You know, it's not necessarily like a brand new thing, but I feel like the easiest answers could be the hardest ones to find in this world sometimes. So like knowing that is really the backbone of why sustainable creative practice, I feel like, is super effective, especially for, you know, a lot of artists and creatives out there that's, you know, again, living full lives. So here are some sort of extra tips and tricks as far as like designing your creative practice. Create different practices with different energy levels. It might be helpful to set up different types of practice to adjust for different energy levels. Maybe on low level days, you only practice for 10 or 15 minutes. And on days where your energy is higher or you have the time, you can adjust the difficulty or the time you practice. Listen to your body and never feel guilty for not doing enough, cutting your time short, or simply skipping a day. This has been very helpful for me in just all areas of my life. just noticing what my energy level is and adjusting my life or my day as, it's as it see fits. And in my own creative practice, again, my main sort of time is 25 minutes. But if I do have extra time or I'm really into what I'm into, I might go on for 35 minutes, 45 minutes, usually under an hour, maybe another 25 minutes. But if my energy is lower and I just only have 15 minutes or 12 minutes, or I'm feeling really overwhelmed and what I'm practicing is really difficult and I'm feeling particularly frustrated on that day, it might be 10 minutes. The point is, it's just showing up, doing it, and that's it. Like if I have to cut it short, then I can cut it short. And if I had to skip a day because, for whatever reason, that's fine. I have the next day to do it. As long as I show up and do, something, I feel like that's all that needs to be done. It's not about perfection. It's about showing up and engaging in your creativity and, having that time and then moving on with your day. The next tip is mix it up if you need to keep it fresh. If you get bored easily, incorporate different things to practice or anything that will keep your creative practice a fun and inviting experience. So if you do get bored easily or like a lot of variety in what you're doing, you can practice different things. Like again, with the color theory, you might, your main goal or thing might be with the cooler colors. But one day you just like, you know what, I want to learn how to paint ruffles or clothing or fabric. And you do that for like a week or two, however long you want, and then go back to the color theory, just to give yourself a break. Mix up your practice and what you're doing to, make it fun, easy, and accessible to you. It doesn't have to look a certain way. And so I got some resources, and then we'll go over to my little like chicken scratch written versions of the sustainable creative practice. So the first one is Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's basically a book about like how habits form, how they work, how to create them, how to sort of dismantle them. Very good book. I'm only halfway through. I started reading it maybe like earlier this year. I still got to pick it back up. But what I've read so far has been extremely helpful because once you know how habits, work, you can use it to your advantage. The Compound Effect by Darren Hartley. Again, I haven't read that book personally. It has 6,000 reviews on Amazon. People seem to really like it. If you want to learn more about the compound effect, there's a book about it. And one thing that timing sort of system that I use is called the Pomodoro method. And basically what that is that you set a certain amount of time, like 25 minutes of work. And then after that 25 minutes, you take a 5-minute break. And then after that 5-minute break, you go on for 25 minutes. And then it's like that pattern over and over. I think after the fourth sort of 25-minute section of work, you take a longer break. But usually I don't work for that long to do all that. But that's what I use specifically in my sustainable creative practice. And it's very helpful for me because, again, I get that time of focus, but it's also short enough that I can also do something else and kind of break the monotony and then come back in and come in with fresh eyes and fresh energy to get what I want to do done. And I use this outside of creativity too. I use it for when I'm working on stuff like writing and whatever I need to do. And I find it to be helpful, and it helps me be able to do things that I need to do easily because I have that sort of built-in structure there. I turn on the Pomodoro method or the timer on, I put on some positive jazz on YouTube and I'm in the zone. It's not not having those systems I get. It's where do I start? How do I start? It's like I'm floating into space. It's bad. So let me bring up the blank version of the written version of the creative practice. Share the screen. And so here it is in its glory. So on the top, you'll write your creative goal. Like I said, the cooler colors, blue, red, purples, whatever. You will put down your why and why you want to reach this goal. Do you want to render it? Do you want to learn how to get better at these colors? Whatever your why is, write that down. Then under that, you can use sort of like a time-bound aspect of it. Like you will reach this goal by, I put like December 26, 2020, but it could be in months, weeks, whatever, just in case that's like helpful to stay focused on things. And so with, wanting to learn your cooler colors, you will list 3 or so things. It could be as many or as little as you want, that you need to be able, the things you need to be able to reach that goal. So maybe the first thing is, again, looking up YouTube videos on how to paint with the cooler part of the color wheel. Maybe the second thing is getting materials or different things of that nature. And maybe the third thing is different techniques of painting, rendering, whatever it is that you're working with. And the first thing could be broken down to even more things if you need to. But just to keep it simple, the first thing is just simply looking at videos or resources around like the cooler colors. Second thing is about materials. And the third thing is about techniques or like, actually painting with the colors, actually doing it. And so you would take one of these things, however order you want to do it, and you're going to break that down into like daily tasks. And that's when the sustainable creative practice is really going to kick off. And so you would just list like, a simple task that will fulfill your broken down goal, this right here. And then you have a tracker to track that goal. So the first thing is looking at YouTube videos. So maybe for like a week, you're just going to gather a bunch of videos around the cooler colors, and you're going to watch one for like a half an hour every day for that week. So you make a tracker, however kind of tracker you want to do. I just do squares. And after you complete that task for that one day, you fill it in, and then you're done. And then you do it the next day, and then the next day until that week is over. And then you can go into your second thing. And then that can be whatever your daily task is. It can be for as long as you want it. It could be a week, could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, however, and it could be whatever amount of time you want it. 25 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 45, an hour, whatever. And you'll do the same thing. And et cetera, it kind of goes on and on. I haven't reached like the next step after that. It's just like, okay, you just keep doing the goals until I guess you reached your goal eventually. So that's what the blank looks like. And I'm going to show you, this is sort of like the pared down version. If you just need something to track your creative progress, just have a little bit of structure. It can be as simple as, my drawing task. You get clothing references, and I check that off, and then I practice clothing for 2 weeks for 25 minutes, and this is my tracker. Once I'm done, I fill it in, and then I'm done for the day. Then the next day, I practice, I get one of the clothing references that I gathered in my Dropbox that I copy in my sketchbook for 25 minutes. Once I'm done, color that square in, then I move on to the next day. And then I have basically the same sort of system, but it's with hair references, eyes references, shoe references, all the things that I really want to work on. It's focus, attention towards a specific area of, well, what I want to learn to draw, for 25 minutes every day for 2 weeks. And then, I switch it up. Just, again, keep things fresh. And I can always go back if I want to, and I'll just make another one of these. So that's what it looks like, a pared down version, if you don't really want any type of goal setting aspect to it. So next one is sort of like the one I was talking about for like 25 minutes. And it is this. I blurred some stuff out because it's kind of personal. It's basically like making a comic. So up here would be, I want to make a comic. And my why is I want to achieve this goal because I want to be able to learn how to turn my mini daydreams into actual stories and bring them to life. And then my time-bound aspect of this is by 6 months, I'll have a 5 to 10 page manga of one of my daydreams. And so how do I break that down into, smaller sort of goals that will take me to be able to, draw a manga, a comic? One is to draw better. The second one is to create a story, actually know how stories work, how to create them, and also like actually drawing the manga. So to break down these, sort of baby steps, draw better is like learning anatomy, learning different poses, learning different angles. That's like kind of some of the examples I have there. To create a story and break that down, it's like learning more about plot structure, maybe different character archetypes, how to show and not tell, things that you have to learn to create a good story. And then with drawing the actual manga, it's like the paneling, how to do lettering, how to maybe like ink the manga, or if I'm doing digitally, how to do it in Clip Studio Paint, whatever. And that can be like what will help me to be able to draw the actual manga better. That will help me to be able to make the comics that I want and turn my daydreams into like actual like filled out stories that people can read and what have you. And so I take those smaller little goals that I've blurred out here and I turn into daily tasks. So specifically with drawing better, I would get 90 male poses and add it to my Dropbox. So that's what I like use to show whatever references that I'm using. And then the second one is for 30 days, I will draw, I guess, the male poses for 25 minutes at least. And this is my tracker. And nothing special, just a bunch of boxes. And once I do it, I color it in, I move on to the next day. And then I do the same thing and yada, yada, yada. And then these two are also under the draw better. So it's like practice poses for 14 days for 25 minutes at least. And then I actually added a date. So I have like a better point of reference as far as like when I'm doing it in time and space. So I have October and it's like 21, 22, yada, yada, yada. And I colored the other ones that I did. I missed one day, not a big deal, because look at all this progress that I've done. And again, the third one, different heads and different angles. That's like an area that I'm not good in at all. So, I get different head references, and then I practice those male heads for 14 days for 25 minutes at least. As you can see, kind of fell off the wagon, but I got on track a little bit, spotty, but again, at least shows me like how much I have done. And, I was able to get back on track if I did fell off for 7 days. So that's what everything that I talked about kind of looks like when you write it down. This is actually in a bullet journal. The one that I use, I think is called, I should have it with me. It's over there, but I'm kind of attached to my headphones. But any bullet journal is fine. You can just use printed paper. Before I even did all of this, like a finalized version, I actually got a, regular printer paper and just kind of did this, but sort of in a brainstorming kind of way. And I also looked up different types of goal setting sort of setups so that I have like a point of reference and just sort of like a way to make this, goal that I want to achieve of drawing a manga into a sort of, into a system that I can follow and sort of keep track of and also get to. So it's a lot of like mental stuff and thinking through everything and how to set things up so it makes a lot of sense. But, I was able to do it. And I actually like how it came out. It's part of like my first version, so it will have improvements as we go on. But this is what I've learned thus far, kind of like the meat of it, the core of it. And, I'm happy that I learned about it because, again, it gives me a way to be able to jump back into my, creativity in a way that works for me without feeling guilty or overwhelmed by the process of like drawing again. So yeah, a lot of information, but hopefully people kind of get the gist and able to take something out of this and incorporate in their own creative practice. And again, make sustainable for them, for their lifestyle, because, it's hard to, be on top of, being an active, creative person or artist when you have a whole life to, look after. So I think I have like about 4 minutes left. I don't know if people have questions or anything in that nature. If you want me to blabber on, Cassandra, till 3:10, let me know.
Oh, yeah, I don't think of it as blathering on. But, but yeah, if you have material, if there are things you want to share, you have until 3:10.
Okie dokie. Is there anything else that I think will be helpful? I say, a good thing to look up is different kinds of trackers. That's like a bullet journal thing. My tracker is super duper basic, but there are like so many different kinds of trackers and so many ways to create trackers. So I recommend looking that up on like Google, honestly, because it's like you just see it, or YouTube. What else I think will be helpful? Maybe just to put it out there that, with being a creative person who also deals with mental health and neurodiversity and, just living in the crazy world that we live in, it's easy to think that for you to be a real creative person, a real artist, you have to be doing creative work all day, every day. And you have to do it in a certain way. But that's not true. And I feel like when we, kind of take the power of what it means to be a creative person into our own hands and do it in a way that makes sense to us in our life, I feel like that gives other people permission to follow their dreams in a way that works for them. Because I feel like this could be said in any type of industry or sector outside of creativity, that there's always a certain way it looks like to be like a lawyer or a doctor or artist, a musician, a poet, I don't know, a dog sitter. But the truth is, like, we're all dealing with our own unique challenges and just like different lifestyles, maybe just by virtue of living in a certain environment, you might not have access or be able to do things the same as whatever person in a different environment that's maybe more accessible. But when you take, your challenges and you turn into, what's it called, stepping stones, and not see challenges as sort of blockades, but more of, a chance to think more creatively and to just figure things out and just, have fun with it in a way, it really breeds more opportunity and it breeds more innovation. And that's really what, living life is about. It's not about coming to a perfect world and living in this utopia state. You have to figure things out as you go, especially when you're dealing with like the health challenges and different things like that. You have to figure things out and, get really creative. And what I've noticed a lot, through different like inventions that come along since humanity and, different systems that come about and just movements in general, when someone who is disadvantaged in some type of way, disabled, however you want to call it, whatever term, when they find something that works for them, it actually improves the lives of everyone, even if they don't have that same challenge as the person who created that system. And so that's why I feel like it's really important to find ways to make things accessible for yourself and move things around and create a system that works for you, despite what the mainstream thing is, because it will not only make things more accessible and more impactful for you, but it will impact other people's lives, people that are like you, facing the same challenges as you, as well as just like the world at large, because quite frankly, we're all trying to find more ways to make things easier for ourselves because life is already so difficult. So it's already 3:10. That was a good way to end it. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for having me here. It's a really big pleasure. And I hope to see you all next year.
Thank you, Kai. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate your work on, I think of it as work about how to support the active artist. And that's what I always get out of your presentations. So thank you. Asha, I'm going to ask you to help me find your bio, because it's your bio. What I think I'm looking at is your signature, where it says cheers, Asha Mullock, indie filmmaker, fuel for the fire. That's your signature. And then it's got your Facebook link and your Instagram link, and it says author. the underground woman. Is that your actual bio?
That's part of the bio, yes. You could just, whatever you have, I'll tell some more about myself too.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, well, next up is Asha Mullock, and she is a filmmaker, an indie filmmaker of a film called Fuel for the Fire, HIV Stigma in the Black Community. She's also the author of The Underground Woman, From Prisoner to Freedom. And you can find her on Instagram at The Underground Woman 2. You sure you don't want me to look around for you? Because I feel like
I can tell some more about myself.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, all right.
Everybody, please welcome Asha Mullock.
Hello, everyone. I am so honored and excited to be here. I am an HIV advocate, and I have been used to going to HIV conventions and taking certain conferences and learning more things about HIV. But sometimes it's always good to be in an audience outside of the HIV community so you can get the message out. So I have been living with HIV, and I just realized it this morning that this September marks my 22nd year of living with HIV. And so I wrote 2 books. One was called Gaining Strength for Weakness, 101 Positive Thoughts for HIV positive people. And it was basically a workbook for people who are living with HIV or any other medical condition, okay, that people may need to be uplifted. They may need to be uplifted from. So that was the first book. The second one was more of a memoir where I was basically telling my story of how I contracted HIV and what it took for me to get my strength to disclose my status. Because I spent 10 years in secrecy. Like I didn't tell anyone except my daughter and my mother. Because of the stigma, because of me internalizing that stigma, self-stigma, thinking that I did something wrong, or people are not going to like me, or they're going to think bad things about me. So it took me 10 years of being under stress, being depressed. And so when I came out with my status, it was the best thing I could ever have done for myself because I felt so free. So that's why it was called The Underground Woman, From Prisoner to Freedom. So what I want to do is just set you up a little bit for what you're about to see. The film is called Fuel for the Fire, HIV Stigma in the Black Community. Now, in the HIV community, there's a saying that stigma fuels the epidemic. And it does, because stigma prevents people from even having the conversation about HIV. So if you don't have the conversation, you're not going to learn anything. You're not going to learn how to protect yourself. You're not going to learn how to teach that to the younger generation. And so what I wanted to do with this film is spark the conversation a little bit about HIV, get people talking about it because it hasn't gone away. During the COVID lockdown in Philadelphia and in some other major cities across the United States, there was an uptick in the people who contracted HIV. Like the HIV rates went up because people couldn't get to the doctors, they couldn't go get tested, they were more concerned about COVID. Nobody was talking about HIV. We don't hear it on the news. We don't think it's important. So we haven't been hearing HIV on the news. So we think it has gone away. It's magically disappeared, but it hasn't. And it's been so many updates to the medical science and prevention and treatment. There's a lot of updates to it that people don't know about. So with the stigma, it keeps the stigma going because there's a lot of myths, misconceptions, stereotypical thinking. And I would say, since I live in the Black community, that's what I know. That's what I hear. That's what I have been experiencing. So this is the title of the film. Okay, so can it be shown now and I can talk some more later? Can the film, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it usually is easier for Zoe to respond to you before I get to unmute myself. So did you get an answer? Or were you waiting for me? You're saying, can you show your film now?
Yeah, can it be
Yeah.
shown there? Okay.
Here, I'm just pulling it up. I just need to set the audio up. It will be
Okay,
just
okay,
in a
so
couple of seconds.
okay, I guess I can continue talking then until it's on. So the stigma is still there, although there are advances in a treatment of HIV. Okay, I want to talk some more about something called U equals U, that's undetectable equals untransmittable. And that means if you know your status, like if you got tested and you know your status and you're being treated for it, and your viral load, that's the amount of virus that's in your blood, reaches an undetectable level, then you cannot transmit HIV to anyone. Okay, not through sex, not, people still think you can get it from saliva or tears or anything like that, but that's not the case. Kissing is not the case either. So U equals U means that you cannot transmit HIV. So if you can't transmit it, okay, if you maintain an undetectable viral load, then what's all the stigma about? Okay, so that's what so is it ready now? Okay. I can't hear it. So so I'll just tell you a little bit about the film. Has been.
This means that which doesn't burn. And so I like this because it kind of reflects my life. All the stuff I've been through, but it hasn't burned me up yet.
My name is Asha Mullock. I live with HIV and have also experienced HIV-related stigma. People with HIV have endured rejection, discrimination, criminalization, insults, assaults, and even murder.
The health department came down to my job, and I knew I had been sick, but I've been to the doctors. I had a cold, I had a virus, I had the flu, I was extremely exhausted. They took me down to, is that Broad and Locust, right there at the free health clinic. So when I got arrested, because it didn't say health department, they took me out in handcuffs. They took me out of there. It was so traumatizing, humiliating. Then I had to give up my sexual partner's name. They were harassing me. I didn't have any names to give them.
I decided I wanted to go in for a battery of tests, the STD testing, HIV testing, everything all at once, and a complete physical. And when I walked in the doctor's office on Monday morning, they put me in the cubicle. The doctor walked in the office. I will never forget it. His name was Dr. Labida. And he said to me, "You tested positive for HIV." And my whole world just crashed down around me. And as a tear fell down my face, the doctor looked me in my face and said, "You should have thought about that before you had unprotected sex," and walked out of the cubicle and shut the door. As a trans woman, you don't count.
But it wasn't until I came to Philadelphia to the Lutheran Theological Seminary that I received stigma. And it was in the form of, a few of us had been there throughout the summer, but as the fall semester started, somebody took me to the side to tell me that people are concerned about what utensils you're going to be using to eat with. I was a whole grown woman.
And it took coming to a religious building to get stigmatized.
You have to know that you're worthy and that you have value to live a long, healthy life, you know? And then you have to take steps to make sure that that happens. Spark the flames of fear. Fire spreads from lack of knowledge. Douse the flames with truth. Okay, so the entire documentary is 21 minutes long, and that was just a 3-minute clip. Presently, the film, since April, has been in 7 film festivals. It has won the Audience Choice Award with the Women of African Descent Film Festival and Award of Recognition from Impact Docs Awards. And so it's not available online anywhere because when you're doing the film festival circuit, they don't like for it to be available online. So what I'll put in the chat later on is the current film festival that it's playing in. And then if you follow me on Instagram, whenever it's playing in a festival, I usually put that information there. So the film is basically telling the personal stories, inspiring stories of 3 populations, people from 3 populations in the Black community that is living with HIV. There's hetero cisgender women, transgender women, and gay men. And so these people are my friends. These are people from the HIV community, and they are my friends, and they are very inspiring to me. So that's why I wanted to put them in the film. So my purpose for doing the film is, like I said before, there's no reason for stigma to be so prevalent today. I mean, I see it on social media. I get examples of it myself from different people. Not too long ago, I was at an event and I was sharing information about the film. So afterwards, a lady came up to me and she said, "Oh, I never met anybody that had HIV." And I said, "You probably know someone that has it, but they just haven't told you." You know, it could be somebody in your family because they don't feel comfortable disclosing their status because of the stigma that's associated with it. And so the stigma is, like I said, is prevalent. Not quite as blatant as it used to be back in the early days. You know, nobody wanted, like if people living with HIV would be in a hospital, the nurses, the doctors didn't want to take care of them. People were denied jobs, denied housing, denied service in the service industry, like as far as getting a haircut, they were denied getting haircuts, they were denied massages, and so going to different schools. So, but right now, people living with HIV are protected by the American Disabilities Act. And it protects people from being discriminated against, because if it does happen, then that facility or that job or that service industry can be sued. All right, and so that's the protections that's in place for us. So at the same time, with that protection in place, there are HIV criminalization laws, okay, on a lot of books in states across the United States. And these laws are outdated laws that do not keep up with the science of U equals U. That means, again, if you are in treatment and your viral load is 0, you cannot pass HIV to anyone. These laws have not kept up with the science, and so they're outdated. And so there's a few states that have abolished these criminalization laws. Pennsylvania is still working on it. If you are arrested and charged for not disclosing your status, you could receive a felony charge, 10, 20 years or more. There's some people who have been in prison for a long time because of HIV criminalization laws. And then when you get out, you have to register as a sex offender. So that damages the rest of your life for that. So the HIV criminalization laws is something that people with HIV are very concerned about because, and just to set up a scenario for you, and this is true, this is something that happened to me. For example, I was dating this guy and I knew from the beginning that he wasn't right for me, that we had nothing in common, but being that I'm living with HIV and sometimes your self-esteem goes down and I'm thinking, you know, who's gonna wanna date me? This guy wants to date me, okay. But then after a while, like those red flags of that control came out. So I told him, I said, you know, it's not gonna work out between us, you know? And he was like, oh, well, how dare you, you know, try to break up with me? Who you think's gonna want you? And I was like, well, you know, I can't do this relationship anymore. So I started thinking, you know, like he was very mad at me. And I was like, oh, what he can do under HIV criminalization laws to get back at me, he can call the police and say, because he knew about my status. I told him from the beginning, he knew about the status. We use protection. So in order to get back at me, he can call the police and say, I have HIV, I slept with him and I didn't tell him. And so I could be arrested and going on his word, not my word, because for some reason they think because you're living with HIV, you have something to hide, so you're not going to tell the truth. So I could be arrested and I could be charged a felony charge of not disclosing my status. And so that could do a lot of damage to my life, like trying to get a lawyer, disrupt my life, period, because I know some people that have happened to. All right. So, so I had to think, because they also tell us in the conferences, you know, we have like a little palm card, and it's a shame you have to do this, a little palm card, what to do if you're accused of not disclosing your status and, you know, what to do. So I said, you know what? So I was going to my therapist at the time and I told her about it. I said, this is what I want to do. I want to have him come to my therapy session with me and let's discuss my status. And I want you to like make notations that we're talking about it. That way it's proof that he knew about my status. So he came in, so I told him to come to therapy with me to see if we can kind of get back together. You know, I kind of lied a little bit. We can get back together. So he came, and so we kind of talked about the status a little bit and the therapist wrote it down. But I think he got wind of what was going on. He figured this was not the reason why he came. So he got up and left, but she had already notated everything. And not to say that will hold up in court, but it was proof that he knew. And, you know, these are some of the things we have to do to protect ourselves. Until these laws across the United States are stricken down off the book, because there's no crime. There's no crime in being HIV positive. You know, there's no crime in it. And so it's just that you have to be very careful, you know, like with dating people, as far as letting them know your status, you know, let them know your status. So I want to talk a little bit about the film process, you know, the filmmaking process. Okay, I went to Scribe Video Center in West Philly, 38th and Lancaster Avenue. And I took a class. You know, I got accepted into the film scholars class. And so I had no idea that this film was going to have this impact. I was kind of hoping it was, but I had no experience in film whatsoever. So I took the class, wonderful teachers there, great support. They gave me the blueprint for doing a documentary and all the other classes that I need, but I had no budget. I had no crew. I had to write, direct, produce, everything on my own. And so I did have a little help from my family. My other two nieces also went to Scribe, and they did documentaries too. So my one niece helped me out. She was my assistant director. And my other niece, who was in high school at the time, she was my camera person. And then my nephew, who was in high school, he went to Edison High School. He was studying television and film. He came over and helped me to edit it. So with a little bit of knowledge I had and what he was learning in school, we finally got the film edited. So it was a great experience, and plus I had a lot of support from Scribe. There's a lot of people that helped me out. I had mentors there that helped me out. So I would say to anybody, if you whoever's thinking about doing a film, look into Scribe, because they have a lot of classes for emerging community filmmakers. Okay. And so let me see, what else do I want to talk about? I'm not that involved in advocacy like I used to, because I'm a caretaker for my mother. But when I was involved, there's an organization called Positive Women's Network, and they have chapters all over the United States. And that's a national body of women living with HIV, and they do leadership skills. So we learned how to do different things, like going to conferences, how to do webinars and things like that. So just how to advocate for yourself, how to speak up for yourself as a woman who is living with HIV. And so that's where I got a lot of my advocacy skills from. So people who are living with HIV, we're no longer sickly. Like people think it's a death sentence, but it's no longer a death sentence. People living with HIV, I've known some people living with HIV 38 years and still striving. Okay. And so because of the medications, we are living longer, healthier lives. We can do anything anybody else can do. There are people living with HIV that have went back to school, got bachelor's, master's, PhDs, own their own business, getting marrying people who are negative, and the people are still negative, having negative children. They are breastfeeding their children. They are having vaginal births, and all this is due to U equals U, undetectable equals untransmittable. And that is based on science. That's a scientific study that was done, and he did it with, I forgot the number of couples that they had. And, every people were undetectable. And so they had so many acts of unprotected sex, and not one person from the study had contracted HIV. So it's just trying to figure out, like, I guess people still have negative viewpoints. People are uneducated. I would say educate yourself, look up information. Please look up U equals U, undetectable equals untransmittable. Look it up for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Look it up for yourself, and just learn, and pass that information on. Pass that information on instead of the myths, the misconceptions. People still think it's a death sentence. I was on, and sometimes I try to ignore stuff I see on social media. But one time I was on TikTok, and a lady was saying, I would rather have COVID than HIV or AIDS, because we all know that AIDS is a death sentence. And I was like, what? So I'm like, I'm gonna have to go on and say something to her, So I had to say something to her, and she wanted to argue with me at first. And I told her, first of all, HIV and AIDS is not the same thing. HIV is the virus that causes AIDS. And once you find out you're HIV positive, if you are treated, you get into treatment, you never have to reach the AIDS stage. I have HIV, I have never had AIDS, because when I found out that I had contracted it, I went into treatment. And so if you take care of yourself, take your meds, live a healthy lifestyle, then you never have to reach that stage. And so, so I was telling her about U equals U, you know, and so she checked it out and she got back on and she apologized to me. She said, I was going on some old information. I said, no problem. A lot of people are old information that they're not really getting updated on the information. So I just want to know, does anybody have any questions in the chat? Any questions? Okay. Anything you want to know in the chat about the filmmaking process or HIV or any questions? Now is the time, whatever you want to know. Now is the time to ask. So what I'm going to put in the chat when I leave. Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you learn anything or anything new, or did anything surprise you as you became a filmmaker?
Oh, yes. I learned a lot about myself, number one. I learned a lot about myself. I learned that I learned a lot about being resilient. And I didn't want to give up, you know, because it was like trying to do that and trying to take care of my mother, because I'm a caregiver. Then I have a special needs son. And this was during the pandemic. And so our classes started in person. But then when the lockdown started, then we had to go online. And so it was really, really hard for me. And I learned that I am not a good virtual learner. Virtual doesn't work for me. I need hands-on. I need to be around people. I need to feel the energy of people. And so trying to learn something like Premiere Pro on a Zoom is very hard, because you have to be sitting in front of a computer, you know, with the teacher there to show you how to do different things. So I did learn that. And I also learned that, and I know since I'm out with my status, you know, it doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? I think that's everybody else's problem. That's not my problem, you know? So I'm like very free. I'm open on my social media accounts. Everybody knows, because it freed me up. You know, it's like 10 years of holding a secret. Oh my gosh, that was so damaging to my spirit. You know, and I was depressed and didn't even know why I was depressed. So it's just like, it's like I could fly when I just disclosed, you know, and I was like, you know, the H with everybody. If you don't like me, you don't want to be around me, that's okay. Because I got myself and my spirit and my creator, and I'm fine. I'm fine with that. But everybody's not there, and I know that. And disclosure is a personal thing, and everybody can't do it. And there's a spectrum on the disclosure. And some people don't want to do the full disclosure. Some people will do some of it, you know, like maybe I know somebody that writes a blog, but she writes it in a pseudonym. So there's all kinds of ways to advocate without full disclosure. So when I was looking for subjects for my documentary, I had asked some people, but I let them know, I said, look, I don't know where this film is going, if it's going to go anywhere. I don't know who's going to see it, but it's going to be out there and people will see it, you know? And so if you're not comfortable disclosing your status, so, you know, a lot of people turned me down. I understood that. I wasn't hurt. I understood it. So, you know, so I found some friends that was really willing to do it. And, you know, I just love them to death. And they just, oh my gosh, you know, I love them to life. And so they asked us, so we had a film screening in Philadelphia a couple of weeks ago. It was the Women's Film Festival. And so some of the cast came down, and it was just fabulous. We were just well received. The film was well received, and it was great. So it's just learning that there's some people who are just not comfortable. And I guess I didn't realize that, because I know where I'm at, and I have to realize there's people all along the disclosure spectrum, and I have to respect that. And that's one of the things I learned, you know, about myself. What else did I learn? I learned that I'm stronger than I thought I was. You know, because, you know, it's like, filmmaking is not for the faint at heart. It's not. And so when the pandemic hit, I had already had a shooting script that I wrote, you know, and, you know, like all this little cute stuff I was gonna do, everything. But I couldn't do it because everything was shut down. And so then I was kind of worried, you know, like, what am I gonna do? And so I'm trying to go into people's homes, trying to be respectful of people, you know, that don't want to open up their homes, and that's okay. So I opened up my house, and if you were comfortable coming to my house, you know, I made precautions, you know, like everybody wore masks, we social distance, and so that's the way I got it done. Now, since some people didn't want to do it, and you know, a couple people backed down, then I decided to write myself in the script. I had no intentions of being in the film. So I had my niece do a lot of B-roll. It's when you just film without no dialogue. So I said, you know, just take the camera and do a lot of B-roll. Mind you, I borrowed equipment from Scribe. I had no camera. So when you take it out, you only have it for 2 days at a time. So you have to just film, get as much as you can. So we were out in the garden, and she's taking pictures of me, watering the flowers and planting. And then we went out to a farmer's market. I bought some fruit. So she just filmed everything. And so from that B-roll, I was able to put some dialogue over top of it. And that's how I inserted myself in the film. And you know, it surprised me. I surprised myself, you know. And so I learned not to back down from a challenge. Don't ever back down from a challenge, because you might surprise yourself. Okay. Don't back down from any challenges. That's what I have to say. Okay. So is that my time?
No, you have one whole solid minute.
Okay, one whole solid minute. Okay. So, and I just want to thank everybody for being receptive to me. Thank you, Cassandra, for asking me to do this. You know, I'm just so thankful for it. And I just hope that you will follow me on social media. And I just, you know, I'm thankful for the love. Thankful for the love.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I enjoyed your presentation, and it's really nice to meet you, and I hope we stay in touch and can work together some way in the arts in Philadelphia again sometime.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. So that was Asha Mullock, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed that presentation. It's very informational, educational. I learned a lot. I didn't know a lot about what she shared about HIV in the Black community. I do know, because of drug commercials, I do know the whole undetectable thing, because I've seen that in commercials. But the stuff that she was sharing about what could happen to you if you don't disclose, if you have it and you don't disclose, that was terrifying. But to be informed is to be empowered. So that was wonderful. Thank you. Well, next up is Nikki Powerhouse, who's going to be on at 3:50 in 5 minutes, so I'm supposed to take 5 whole minutes to introduce her. I don't know if I can do that. I'm gonna just read Nikki's bio. A Philly native, Nikki Powerhouse is a creative force that speaks to the human spirit. She is a graduate of Temple University with a Bachelor of Arts in Theater and Communication. As the director of I Am Powerhouse LLC, Nikki provides art-based performances and workshops and is a motivational speaker. In 2018, Nikki received the Leeway Foundation Art and Change Grant. The grant supported a partnership with Resources for Human Development, or RHD, and a live performance of her one-woman show, The Art of I Am, followed by a 6-week workshop with women in recovery. Her style of motivation is to inspire people to live authentically through telling the truth, choosing joy, and self-forgiveness. Nikki believes arts should engage and transform the creator. Nikki's not here right now because she's not scheduled for another 3 minutes. I guess I can speak about my happy memories of seeing Nikki in performance. I haven't seen Nikki in performance in several years, but she has featured at the Black Women's Festival before, Arts Festival before. And I think of Nikki as a beautiful, glorious mountain. Like just this beautifully formed earthling that was just brought to us to just show us our own power. Powerhouse is her name. And I've seen her do stuff on stage where she just is like a dancer, just really free in her body and just like stomping. When you stomp, if you stomp your foot in a room, people can feel that. So she would do that on the stage. So we would not only feel it on the stage, but we would see it in front of us happening while she's moving the entire space. So I'm going to stop talking now because I see that Nikki Powerhouse is here. So, or maybe I'll just wait until I see that she's actually here. She's actually here. Without further ado, please welcome Nikki Powerhouse.
Hey, family. Hello, hello, hello. Whew. You know, thank you. Thank you, Black Women Festival. I think that it takes a lot of dedication and courage and willingness to just keep our message, our story alive. So Cassendre, thank you so much for saying yes to all of these years of celebrating and honoring our story in a way that we get to play and we get to express. And I know in my own personal work and in my own personal walk, I have understood what is the importance of self-expression. So without further ado, I will present to you a few pieces from my newest book, The Softest Part of Her is Everything. I wrote this during the pandemic. I had a whole lot of time, as we all had, a whole lot of time with ourselves. And it allowed me to be able to discover so many parts of me that I didn't know prior to the pandemic. And I'm excited about that discovery, honey. I think that it's beautiful and it's breathtaking when you can see yourself differently in a way that helps with your growth and your healing and your celebration and all of that good stuff. So yes, thank you. Something inside of her burst in yellow. Something inside of her bursts in yellow. Joy has become her medicine. Joy has become her medicine. She was a seed planted in rough places, but still to grow and be flower, to bloom, to blossom, to connect back to herself. She would see a grander person in the mirror that once cracked when her reflection looks back. But years upon years upon years upon years, past infinity, she's discovered she's been a flower blooming all of her journey. She's been a flower blooming all of her journey. All of her breath work, she has found something inside of her that blooms and gives birth to herself over and over and over again. She is her own breath work. She is honoring tears when they come, and they will come. They will come. They will come, river sounds, river songs, river laughter. They will come, them tears will come. And when they come, they just bloom off her face. Her face becomes a blooming garden of tears of once was of her past, where she's carried her bloom all through her journey. She's carried her bloom all through her journey. And when the tears come, let them. When they rattle a bit, let them. When they shout a bit, let them. It is our tears that write the story different. When we let them fall, when we let them sing a new song, when we don't judge them, she knows her tears are blooming a different thought, a different idea. Her tears is like a freeing orgasm, where she no longer is questioning herself. She defines herself through herself. And when them tears come, because they will, let them. She is a blooming flower all through the journey. Ashe. That piece is in my book, A Seed Blooming. In the beginning, where time had no meaning, we were the sum of galaxies and God's breath. Infinity orbited the earth, created itself into an umbilical cord, so all of human life would embody her DNA. We are limitless. Now, some of us didn't think we would make it this far. The world had marked us a failure, and we believed them. A little Black girl that was never to make it off the block. Her four corners was as far as she thought she could dream. But she had grandmothers that visit her at night, so she was able to see rainbows in the dark. They would pass down stories, holding up mirrors in front of her. You have to speak things into existence, child. Them bones are gold. Them bones are gold. Sometimes she tried to write her story anew. She would come to the page blank with no feeling, trying to burn words into perfection. And even sometimes at this age, she can still hear her 9-year-old rage, fighting for center stage. Daddy, I'm here. But he drank messages from the bottle, so I never was heard. But them bones are still gold. Them bones are still gold. And when grandmothers would visit me in their all-white rocking chairs, rocking their blues away from here, they would remind me in all of their rainbow color words, them bones are gold. And when you think you lost your voice, just bury it in your backbone. That's where we will gather to hold you up. That's where we will gather to hold you up. Dumb bones are gold, children. Dumb bones are gold. I have ancestors, lineages and legions that align themselves down my backbone. So every time I speak, they march and celebrate the voice in me. They march and celebrate the voice in me. I have legions of ancestors along my backbone. Every time I speak, they march and celebrate within me. Ashe. You know, I went to Africa last year for my birthday. I went to Senegal. And one of the things of so many things, during the pandemic, I had so many questions about all the things that I said that I wanted to do, I wanted to be, and I wanted to experience. And I knew once 2020 ended, I said, I don't care what this world is going to do. 2021, my feet is going to feel the ground of the continent beneath it. And that is what I did. I took myself to Senegal. And when I was there, you know, I felt like the whole continent was rushing to where I was at, especially when I went to Gorée Island, the door of no return. And one of the things that I heard in that moment of in the arch, in the throughway, in the breaking, in the walking through, the standing in that moment made me realize how much the resilience has morphed itself in my art, in my personality, in my femininity, in my presence, in my dance. And the resilience is still going on. And one of the things I heard, one of many things that I heard, but one of the things I heard was during that moment was, that is no reason for you to hold back your gifts. The world is waiting for you. If you do not succeed, it's because of you. There is no reason for you to hold back what we put inside of you. We place them in you purposely. There is no reason for you to hold back your gifts. You shape shifter, you life force, you purposefully made, you made of all that I sent for you. We continue the journey for you to be who you are right now. There is no reason for you to hold back your gifts. There is no reason, no excuse for you to make up in your mind for you to hold back your gifts. All of Africa is in me. All of its soil is rich and deep, sacred and owning. All of Africa is in my bloodline. All of Africa is in my tongue, that flame words of ancestors that speak in their words, in their lineage. All of Africa is in me. All of my womanness self, all of my God self, all of my love self, all of my joy self, all of my patient self, all of my delicate self, all of my soft self, all of Africa is in me. Ashe. In the beginning, my grandmother, Tucker, said, my voice and her voice are one. Then I am my great-great-grandmother's laughter. Now the sound of her voice cradles me in my night dreams. And when I look at her, she embodies everything. Her voice travels through autumn leaves while all the children, we sit under the sycamore tree and we listen with our hearts and mind wide open as she delivers earth messages through rhythmic breaths. She tells me, she tells you, each and every one of you, hand-plucked from heaven's branches and sown into Mother's Earth's soil to sprout, to bloom. Children, remember your first name, she said. Children, remember your first name, she said. Children, remember the bottom deck. Backs ache sore by the mother's rape. We witnessed the sister use the body as bait as we sat in the corner and wailed and wailed and wailed and wait. We reached an unfamiliar place. Death became a rotten taste, but you still must remember your first name. Children, you, shaped and saturated in the stars, reflecting perfect light, painted in gold and outlined in silver. Your smile alone is the sunrise, carved into sculptures of undeniable power. Children, remember your first name. Your first name is I am. Your last name is brilliant. Your first name is I am, your last name is power. Your first name is I am, your last name is possible. Your first name is I am, your last name is spirit. Your first name is I am, your last name is God. Your last name is God. Your last name is God. You, children, remember your first name. You were sent to tell the others of that birthright. Remember your first name. Children, I am. Ashe, oh, yes, I love it. Thank you, thank you. Even though I can't see all of you, I know my spirit says that you are out there. Thank you for being here. One of the other things that I discovered, many things, but one thing I discovered is femininity and the power of femininity and what that looks like and what that feels like on my day-to-day and my living. I had this title, The Softest Part of Her is Everything, in the ending of 2019. And I think the softest part of her is everything was preparing me for what was going to go in the book. And one of the things that was there was femininity and what sensuality and what that looks like in my healing and in terms of softness and what that looks like to embody what softness is for me, and desire and sensuality and all of these beautiful things. And I think that it's so important that we own our softness in a way that speaks to our self-awareness, speaks to our vulnerability, speaks to our spirituality, speaks to our connection to ourselves. This piece that I'm going to do is entitled The Art of Intentions. And it'll speak for itself, so. He has built a home inside of me, but yet he has not entered. But yet he has not entered. laying bricks softly and intentionally with the presence of a God. I keeps my windows open wide so I could feel the heat from the sun. The wind does not rush in. No, this man is a slow, very slow build. Patiently. Ritual, like a cigar smoke, thick in the air with the taste of cinnamon and honey notes circling and circling and circling around me. He does not frighten me. He frees me. I desire to surrender all of me, so I can service and honor Sir properly, always, and in all ways. Yeah, whoa. And you know, writing that piece, really was a breakthrough for me because I think it allowed me to do a couple of things in it. And that was imagine what it feels like to be moved by energy that is intentionally about uplifting me, empowering me, connecting me, rooting me, without trying to take anything, but really trying to grow, bring out all of that part of me. So it was a beautiful, experience. I'm gonna read out of my book just so that, making sure that I don't miss anything. This one is entitled Ode to My Fupa, which is out of my book, The Softest Part of Her is Everything. I trace outline of your wisdom and deeply feel your intuition. There I learned, hear your voice, purge the pain, love you tenderly, embrace you sensually. You hid my secrets for years while I blamed you for why no one will ever, ever love us. Please forgive me for all the times I tried to hate you away with words. I write love letters in your universe, drape you with waist beads, whisper thank you to your courage and compassion. It is us. We are a garden of wildflowers. Ode to my fupa. And I think that one of the things that I wondered a lot of times, in terms of healing and what that looks like on a day-to-day, a moment-to-moment, and I embrace my process of what it means to heal for me. And one of the things that I've discovered, it's nothing for me to say things to myself daily, just to keep me grounded in that. So this piece is entitled Things to Say Daily. And this is out of my book, The Softest Part of Her is Everything. I love you. I am so proud of you. This mistake does not define me. I am willing to trust in the process. I bet on me. I learned this. I know what to do. I embrace my authentic self. This is not a test. This is my testimony. This lesson is a blessing. I release a victim mindset. My sexuality is defined by me. I embrace my softness. Starting over is not failure. It is new possibility. things to say daily. And let me just check the, and this last one will be real quick. Sometimes tears need our permission to fall as we say kind words to them. Self-compassion. Again, I am Nikki Powerhouse. My book was performed from the softest part of her is everything. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. That was so wonderful, as all your performances are. So I'm so glad you were here, and I feel enriched by your performance. I was going to say something and I completely forgot, but yeah, Nikki Powerhouse. I'm stalling so that I could like come back. I'm sorry, I forgot, but it had to do with your performance and how amazing it was.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Oh, I remember now. I remember.
Go, please, please. Yeah.
We as artists are our most happiest when we're doing the thing that we want to do. Because when you were performing from the beginning to the end, you've just been just beaming smiles. And I was thinking about, you know, when I'm here doing this, I'm thinking, because this only happens once a year, I every single time I forget how joyful it is. I always forget. So I just was thinking, so do you feel happy when you perform?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, I think that it's so, my body is like feeding my body, my spirit. Like I get to feed me what it nurtures, it feeds off of expression and insight and awareness. And a lot of this performance, you know, happened here in my home. So my home now feels like a combination of performance space, therapy space, grieving. It just became so much in these last 2 years. So it's like, it's good to hold this space. This space gives me so much.
Yeah, Tamara asks where folks can get your book. And before you answer, we who are looking at it through Zoom, we can't see it, but if you're watching it on YouTube, all of the handles and the links and stuff show up on the screen there. So people who watch it have the answer to that question. But for those of us who are just wondering now, where do we get your book?
Yes, thank you, thank you. It's on my website, which is Nikki Powerhouse, Nikki, Nikki Powerhouse.com, Nikki Powerhouse.com. And you can also, you know, connect with me on Facebook and Instagram and so forth.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks for being here. Okay. The next performer is me, myself, and I. And please forgive me, I'm doing different things with my phone. I was looking for, here it is. So I'm going to read my bio. Cassendre Xavier, pronounced she, her, is a Leeway Transformation Award-winning singer-songwriter, a multi-genre author, and community cultural arts organizer, and founder of Philadelphia's Black Women's Arts Festival. Her work is to share her journey as an artist with various life challenges, including mental health issues and recovery from childhood trauma and abuse. Cassendre considers herself a Renaissance negress, a multimedia healing artist, and a special needs adult. She is a proud bearded woman as well. A Virginia Giordano Memorial Fund honoree and previous Sister Space Weekend performer, the openly LGBTQ plus singer has co-billed with, and then yesterday I rattled off a whole name of people that I've co-billed with, but they're all white lesbians that you probably have never heard of. So I'm gonna just keep No, maybe I should say it, because maybe, why should I assume? Maybe you have heard of Alex Dobkin and Lucy Lou Tremblay and Chet Fuhrer and Toshi Regan, Pat Humphreys of Emma's Revolution, Ubaka Hill, and Ann Rabson of Sapphire, the Uppity Blues Women, among other folk, pop, rock, blues, and jazz artists. Thank you, Nikki. Since 2002, Cassandra has independently released 8 original recordings described as a cross between Tracy Chapman, Sade, and Enya. And her album Live at Tin Angel was honorably mentioned by Philadelphia City Paper's MJ Fine as the number 9 of the top 21 local EPs of 2007. Her 7th album, Hope, was released at the Tin Angel in February 2015, and Philadelphia Weekly's Stephen H. Siegel wrote that it is a gorgeously minimalist showcase for Xavier's throaty Tracy Chapman via Dar Williams' sincerity, assembling catchy original acoustic ballads alongside a surprisingly eclectic roster of well-conceived covers. WXPN 88.5 FM's Amazon Country host Deborah D'Alessandro has said, her stage presence is one part sex kitten serenading in heels. That's because I was dressed differently for that gig. 2 parts powerhouse, kick-ass, feminist troubadour poet. In concert with Cassendre Xavier, there is never a dull moment. So that's my bio. Now I'm gonna turn the camera around, go ahead and give it a little twist there. Okay. So, you know what, I think I will start with this song is called Happy to Be Alive, and I call it my anti-suicide song. People have told me they listen to it when they feel down. I wrote it to help me stay alive. And it's on several of my albums. It's called, there we go. Happy to be alive. I'm happy to be alive. With all the trouble in this world, I can say I am a blessed child. I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy to be alive. With all the trouble in this world, I can say I am a blessed child. I have a family who loves me, and I have lots of friends who care. So whenever things get rough, I know someone's there. When I'm walking down the street, I'm reminded that I'm not too different from those I meet who are having such a rough time. I'm not saying life's easy or that everything's always cool, but if I didn't appreciate what I have, I'd be a fool. Ooh. Happy to be alive. This next song is inspired, well, my choosing it for my set list today is inspired by Angel Hogan, angelhogan.com, having read a poem of hers today, which she had written years ago while she was listening to the song. And so I was listening to the poem and I was remembering those days when I would go to a reading of hers and she would read that. And the title is something close to, if not, I'm paraphrasing, Things Written Down to Cassandra's Voice. I think that's what the poem is. And it incorporates like a little bit of, some lyrics are woven throughout part of the, through the poem. And it reminded me of the song. It's called I'm Back Now, and it's from my album, Capable of Love. And I'm dedicating it to angelhogan.com, as well as everybody else who's listening. What would you do if I told you I loved you? What would you think if I said that I cared? Would you believe me and would you receive me? 'Cause all along I've said there's really no such thing as love. Looking back now, I see I was so bitter, too saddened and cynical. I did my part to push you away, lovers. Amazed that you stayed, you got rid of my fears. You took care of my new softened heart. I won't be cruel this time. I have learned all I needed to learn. Hey, I'm back now. It can be yours, and it can be mine too. Thank you. Thank you, Angel, for inspiring me to perform that. I just want to check the time. I go on to 4:35. So just enough time for one song. And this is one of the many, many songs I wrote in my early 20s about unrequited love. It's called Friends. Since the time we met, we've been good friends. Want to get to be more than friends. Now that's just so close. How can I not want you? Now that's just so close to me. You must know I want you. There's a doubt in my mind that I'm special to you. Yeah. You believe that I'm special. I don't wanna be a friend no more. I don't wanna be a little friend no more. I don't wanna be a friend no more. I don't wanna be a little friend no more. I don't wanna be a friend no more. I don't now that's just so close to me. How can I not want you? Now that's just so close to me. Thank you. You must know I want you. Yeah. Now that's just so close to me. Oh, you must know I want you. Oh, now that you're so close to me. Oh, you must know I want you. I like to leave the guitar ringing. So I've got 2 minutes to introduce Erika Richards. Thanks for listening, all. I have 1 whole minute until I think I'm gonna start introducing Erika. Oh, you look like you're all ready to go and stuff. Are you? Is that, or it just looks not deceiving? Looks are not deceiving. Before I introduce you, since I do have some time, so this is me and Erika having a conversation right now, real quick. So can I just quickly mention the swirl conversation we were having yesterday? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tom. Ah! I'm sorry, I'm just responding to. Wait, was that to the from the Rotunda? Zoe, who was that message from? Oh, was that from the chats?
Yes, yeah, these are from the YouTube chat.
Thank you. If I'm imagining there's somebody knocking at the door, Zoe, is that?
I'll go check on it.
Okay, sounds good. So Erika, we were talking about the swirl and how we're both into it. And I was thinking about my long list of reasons why. And one of them is, and I was thinking, of course you're an artist. I am really into contrast. So it isn't even so much that the complexion does anything for me, it's how my skin looks against the complexion. So I don't know if you ever considered that aspect of it.
No, but you know what? For saying this, but that's one of my reasons. That's one of my mom's reasons with her attraction. So she's not with the swirl. She actually likes it dark, like dark chocolate. And funny enough that you're saying that her complexion, complexion against the other person's complexion. So she light skin if you haven't met her. And she likes really, really dark men. And she said that was her reasoning. It was like she loves her complexion next to the very, very dark complexion.
I think dark skin is absolutely gorgeous. And my first crush on a boy was a Haitian boy in our Haitian community, and he was Black and he was extremely dark skinned. And one time I took a SEPTA bus and the driver was the color of a chalkboard. I mean, I just could not stop staring and admiring and just being in awe, because you don't see that often. That's becoming as rare as in America as a natural blonde. There's not a lot of natural blonde haired people in America, actually. So yeah, that dark skin is really beautiful. Okay, I'm fitting to introduce you now. I'm getting your bio. And it's right there, praise the Lord. Erika Richards says, I received my BFA in illustration from Moore College of Art and Design in Philadelphia, PA. My artistic focus is Black women of grandeur and fantasy. My art is a reminder to the world that Black people's existence surpasses the American history story. We are deeply woven into human existence. We were there wearing the same fashion, same hairstyles, with wealth and influence. The viewer will have an epiphany, seeing the majesty of Black people penetrating the world far beyond class, race, and culture. Please welcome Erika Richards.
Hi. As you can see, it's a little bit different. So yesterday I was at my gallery and today we are here in my home studio. So I hope you guys can hear me well, because it's a little warm in the house. So I got my fan on next to me and I also got the window open. So I hope you guys can hear me well and you don't hear too many cars going by. So as Cassandra said, I am a professional artist and a professional illustrator. And I'm going to share my screen now for the slideshow. There goes somebody right now blasting their music. Okay, so since last time I edited, or my mother, you know, she's very much a part of this. She edited the slides just a little bit because last time I went under my time. So me and Cassandra were just sitting here chatting, but it was a wonderfully organic chat. So, hey, it was wonderful. I hope you guys watched yesterday's, but it's going to be good today too. So I'll just very, very briefly talk about my life before, as it says, 2008 here, just because so much stuff has happened in my life artistically that after a while, some of that stuff I kind of got to edit it, almost like your resume. After you know, a couple of years, you got to chop some of that stuff off and talk about the current stuff in the future. So I always wanted to be an artist ever since I was born. Me and my mother even make a joke that she was in labor for 3 days with me because I refused to come out the womb until I was done drawing whatever I was drawing in there. And I believe that too. I really think there's some drawing, like it's like cave painting still in there or something. So I know every artist's origin story is different, but I do see some similarities when I talk to other artists, that when I was in school, I was the one that, you know, when the teacher's not looking, you draw. And then sometimes I would be blatant where I'm drawing even when the teacher is looking. It doesn't matter. It was like breathing. I had to do it. I had to draw. I couldn't stop myself. And my mother was very supportive, but being a very good parent and good mother, she wanted me to focus on working. And then when you're done in school, then you could do your art. Don't do your art instead of your work. So she would have to go to parent-teacher conferences, and after I don't know how many, and she just, you know, taking away my pencils, taking away my paper, she finally realized, you know what, she's not going to stop doing this. So I was like a train in motion. Either you're going to get on this train or you're going to get off, or I'm going to mow you down. And she got on board. So it wasn't that she was never not supportive. She was always supportive. It was just when she finally realized that I'm not going to stop drawing, I'm not going to stop doing this, she leaned in more with the supportiveness of, she started buying me art supplies, and she started sending me to art camps and things like that. And yes, I got my BFA at the Moore College of Art, which I'm not sure if everybody knows, but since this is a woman festival, that is a all-female art college, and it is either the first or the only one in existence. So I can't say enough good things about that. So going to the slide. So the start of things is since 2018. In 2019, I started my art business. It's called Erika L Illustrations. And since then, I have opened up a gallery called Queen Louise Art Gallery, which is located in the heart of Chestnut Hill. So I'm on the hill. And this slide is here saying the start of it all, because this picture is before the business even started. As you can clearly see, this was 2018. So it was right after I finished college in 2017. And this was really when I was still hustling. I was so hustling. I just needed some money. And also I wanted to prove that I was an artist. So I was doing events, and I borrowed a tent from my aunt, which turned out to, you know, after I think the second event, it broke on me. So I believe this leg right here is broken, and we had to balance it on the table and just pray that it did not fall down on us or any of the customers that were coming into the tent. And I included this because now it started with the busted tent, and maybe I had a business bank account. That's the first thing that I got. I didn't have my LLC. I didn't have my EIN number. I didn't have any of that stuff, just a broken tent and some dreams in Chestnut Hill. And now now I'm here in Chestnut Hill with a business, and not just a business, an art gallery. So going into the next part, as I said, you know, being an artist is who I am. It's like breathing. I had to do it. There was no, I want to do it. It's I had to do it. I had to draw. But running a business, that's what I do. So that's not who I am. That's what you do. So I opened, as you see, I opened my business in 2019. And then 2020, when the pandemic hit and the Black Lives Matter started, a lot of businesses were saying, shoot, we need Black artists. We really need it. And it was all over the place, where every place was saying, we need Black artists now. And Mural Arts was one of those places. And I entered to be in the inaugural 2020 Black Fellowship that they started, and I got in. And since then, they've had 2 more fellowships. So it's amazing that at Mural Arts, there's just a whole section just for Black artists, and that's just amazing. And down here in 2020, so a lot of things happened in 2020. So then I did my first art exhibition, a solo show, which was that, I'll get to that, that has a little bit to do with how the gallery opened. And then I did my first exhibition at a show in New York, which was my first time traveling and going to an art festival in New York. And it was amazing. It was a lot of hard work, and it was very expensive. So those are the 3 things I could say. It's like, it was very expensive. It was a lot of hard work, and it was wonderful. So these are the couple of exhibitions I have been in. I've been in, this is called the Black Women's Art Show in 2020. A lot of things happened in 2020. It's so much stuff that happens, I actually forget how much stuff happens in a year, that this slide is actually reminding me how much happened just in 2020. So I went all the way to Atlanta. Then I had a exhibition where this is the first time I've ever been in an art gallery. My work was in an art gallery show. And this was up in upstate New York. My work was chosen to be in the Juneteenth festival that they have every year. And also a friend of mine, she happened to be working at a library, and for Black History Month, she asked, could she use some of my work to put in the library that she was working at. Now, this section is all about family. And this is the conversation where a lot of artists, or I'll just say for me, your family members and your friends are usually going to be your first customers. And I know for me, and I've talked to other artists, that when your family and friends buy your work, you don't really think that, you know, you're really an artist or you're really in business because it's your friends, it's your family and stuff like that. But just because your friends and family bought your stuff, that does not mean that you're not a true artist. It's somebody bought your work. So what if they're related to you? So what if they're your best friend for 30 or 15 or whatever years? Somebody bought your work. So that does make you a legit artist. And also you should think it's amazing that these people want to support you also. And I do know that not every artist does have that supportive family and, you know, sometimes supportive friends, but just because they're not your blood relatives doesn't mean that they're not your family. So if your blood family does not support you, the Lord will provide your support system. It just so happens that he was loving enough to give me a very loving family and friendship circle. And just a little side note, when we were talking about the swirl, Cassandra, and I said, my mama loved the dark skinned dudes. This is my dad right here. So so she likes the very dark chocolate. And these pictures right here and here are those New York exhibition that I told you about. Down here, networking is like being in this career I have. In this industry, I have made so many connections that this artist right here, he has an art gallery in New Jersey, and he asked me for a weekend to come in and share half of his business. So this right here is at his art gallery. And again, friends and family, these 2 ladies are ladies that my mom worked with before she, came to work at my company. She worked at Cooper Hospital, and these two ladies came and supported me. This right here is my cousin. This right here is the first lady from my church. This is an old coworker that I met before I started my art company. In fact, she was the coworker from the first job I ever got right out of school. And this right here is one of the elders in my church. So just a little advice is don't think that you're not an artist and you're not legit just because your friends and family are buying your artwork. Somebody bought your artwork. It don't matter who it is. And now it's in their house, and people, that's more eyes on your work. That's eyes that never would have seen your work if it was sitting in your studio or sitting in a warehouse. Just because your aunt or your mama or your daddy or your best friend bought your work, it's in their space now. And now people that you don't even know are going to walk through their space and see your work and ask, wow, who did that? So let your friends and family buy your work. Going on, these are some of the publications that I've been in down here. This is that 2020 fellowship that I was talking about. This right here is when I opened up my exhibition at that Chestnut Hill location that eventually turned into my art gallery. They published me in the newspaper. I got a micro grant for, it was for female business owners. And this one down here was for a magazine down here, Philly Stories, and they were doing a whole magazine dedicated to Black artists. And I was one of the artists chosen to be in the magazine. So now this one is just it's a little tiny flex. So these are all the customers that I have had over the years, and I've met just a few celebrities. So over here, I met Drake Bell, and I made him a portrait and gave him a portrait at his concert. And these two pictures right here lead right into talking about my art gallery. So we're going to come back to this part when I get to the slide about the art gallery. But this right here is a wonderful part to talk about, that these two opportunities right here, where I was asked by the Philadelphia Inquirer to do an illustration for their food and dining. It says it right there, food and dining section of their newspaper. And then this right here is my artwork on the TD Banks downtown in Center City, Philadelphia. So it's funny to say that these opportunities actually came at, I want to say it was a little bit of a low point in my business, and it was because we needed money to come in. I didn't have any commissions or any jobs coming in, and I was kind of just sitting in my gallery and customers weren't coming. It was just, it seemed in my mind as a low point. And then out of nowhere, the Lord just dropped these two jobs back to back in my lap. So I don't know anyone at the Inquirer, but I got this job at the Inquirer. And with the piece right here on the building, that came from the 2020 fellowship that I was in from Mural Arts. And I hadn't heard from Mural Arts in a little while, but they're very nice. They contact you when they have a job that they know is just right for you, almost tailor-made. So I hadn't heard from them in a while. And then these two jobs come back to back. It's just amazing. And to top it off, my artwork, I don't know if you guys know about Dr. Stanford, who started the Black Doctors. I just call them the Black Doctors, but she opened up a new health center, and just these blessings that I think just come out of nowhere. But he got a plan, so it was coming down the line anyway. I just see it as coming out of nowhere, but it was already preordained that this gift is coming. Her art curator for the building came into my gallery and picked out some work from me and another artist of mine. In fact, she was looking at that artist that was in my art gallery. She wanted her to be in it. And since she was in my gallery, the artist said, could you handle this for me? Could you talk to her for me, and handle, getting my art to her? And I did. And because of that, she came back and she said that she wanted some of my work as well. So now, if y'all ever go to that health center, you'll see my work in that health center. So moving on, this was just a picture of the day that I had my opening exhibition at my art gallery. And there was a lovely little girl that bought one of my coloring books, and she asked, could I sign it for her? So next, this is going into the art gallery. So now I have the art gallery, and I told you I would come back to those photos just to talk about. So the way I got that gallery, again, I just keep talking about these just ridiculous, out of nowhere blessings the Lord gives me. So when the pandemic hit, Chestnut Hill was, I want to say, dying just a little bit. It looked like a ghost town. A lot of businesses that had been there for 30, 40 years, they either, the pandemic really hurt them, or they said, you know what, this seems like a good time for me to retire. So if you rode up there, it was so many empty storefronts, and an artist came to one of the property owners there that owns a lot of those vacant buildings and said, well, why don't you shove some artwork in those empty storefronts? And why don't you give an artist or a small business an empty storefront for a month to do a little pop-up show? And on top of that, why don't you have artists outside vending and have live musicians out there too? And that's what they did. And they started what was called Second Saturdays, and they still do it. It was only supposed to be for that first year of the pandemic. I want to say it was maybe 2020 or maybe 2021 when they did it, but now they're still doing it. It's amazing. So right here, I was just a vendor outside, and I had my tent, but this time I was legit. I was legit this time. I had my business. I was completely legit. I was Erika L. There's no busted, broken tent, I promise. But I was just a vendor outside. And these are a couple of customers that I had that day. And at the time, I got to know the event manager at the business center in Chestnut Hill. And he asked me if I ever thought of curating an art show. And I said, of course. And so they gave me one of those empty storefronts. It was just supposed to be for the month of September. Just like I said, it was, for Second Saturday, you get a building for a month, and then you take your pop-up shop out, and then another pop-up shop comes in. So I just figured I was going to be there for the month of September. So that's where this exhibition right here is, this Different Gifts, where I got the name from one of the lessons that my pastor was teaching about, you don't come packed with everything. Or somebody, you got something special about you, somebody got something special about them, and then y'all come together with your different gifts, and y'all basically make a whole entity. So you're not the whole thing because you don't have what they got and they ain't got what you got, but that's why it's community and y'all come together. So what they're lacking, you bring. What you're lacking, they bring. So anyways, this is the exhibition, and these are the artists that I had to put together in a very short time so I could put on this exhibition for September. And then the Lord said, you know what? We're not going to have another person in that building. It's just going to be you. So for literally, I want to say 8 to 9 months, I sat in that building rent-free, having this exhibition up. And then we just signed the lease recently this June. And now this is the official location of Queen Louise Art Gallery. So just to talk a little bit about the artists that are in the show. So this is Athena Scott. And I love her work. I really, really do. And I met her from the Mural Arts Fellowship. That's how I met her. This woman right here, Jordan, she is actually a alum from my college. I don't know her personally, but I really had to pull together this show, and I was like, where can I get some awesome artists? Who can I ask that'll recommend some awesome artists for me? So I asked my mentor, can you recommend some great artists so I can put on this show? And he gave me Jordan. This right here is David Coleman. I don't know David at all. David got into the show because my mother loved his work on Instagram, and she like literally stalked him. I mean, not in a creepy way, but she just really loved his work, and she wanted him to be in the show so badly that she was like, I'm just going to keep asking him, and I'm going to ask you and ask him, and because he was not going to be in it. Because David is actually a mostly digital artist. So the pieces that he put in the exhibition, he made for the show because he had all digital work. And literally he got in the show, and he accepted the invitation to be in the show because my mother just kindly stalked him into saying yes. And this is Emily. She's a wonderful young artist. I don't know her either. And the story about how I chose her to be in the exhibition was the artist right here. So the artist right here whose gallery I was in, I wanted him to be in the show. But he, at the time, it was too much of a time crunch for him. So he couldn't be in the show. And someone came into his art gallery who turned out to be Emily's mother. And I don't know how they got on the conversation, but he said, I'm supposed to be in this art show, but I can't make it. And then Emily's mother said, well, my daughter is an artist. And that's how Emily got into the show, because I looked at her work and I was like, wow, there's some great work. And there's one more artist that's actually in the show, but he's not included in the slides. And his name is Sergio. And how I met Sergio was, I don't know if any of you live in the Philadelphia area, but there's this club, this art club on Kamak Street downtown called the Philadelphia Sketch Club. And I used to work there as an intern when I was in college. And then after I was done, I went back there and I did some figurative modeling for them. And I came back again because they said they really loved me being a model. And that day, when I was modeling, Sergio was one of the artists that was there painting. And when it was time to take a break, I got down off the podium and I walked around and I looked at all the artists' work as they were painting me. And I just loved Sergio's work. Does very, very tiny oil paintings. And the exhibition, the open studio is only 3 hours long. And I'm just, the level of detail that he gets with just 3 hours, I was like, okay, I'm putting on this show and I really want you to be in it. And the thing about it is I didn't tell any of these artists what to put in the show. I just said, would you be in the show? And they gave me the work that they wanted. And it's funny because the way that I met Sergio was I was the model that day and I didn't tell him what pieces I wanted him to enter. I very well could have been in the art exhibition. And if you guys know what figurative modeling is, it's usually unclothed modeling. So I'm glad he did not choose the pieces of me, because I'm like, somebody would be buying my nude backside and nobody needs that in their house. So these are a few of the customers that I had over the year that I've been open, and it's just been amazing. And it's been a whirlwind, and it's just been such a blessing. And it's so funny that I own this business, and I've had pieces sold, I've had customers, and this picture right here, I'm going into my artist studio and pick new work to be in the gallery. But I forget that I'm a business owner. I really do. I just think of myself as an artist, and that I sit in my studio all day or sit in the gallery all day and I just paint and draw, and I forget that I own a business. It's just, I don't know what it is. It's like little moments where I'm like, oh yeah, it's like, I legit am a business owner. I pay taxes. I got an EIN number. My books get closed at the end of the month. And it just comes up where it's like, oh yeah, I am a business owner. I'm not just a freelance artist, a regular freelance artist. I am a business owner. And one of those moments where I had that, oh yeah, I really own a business was right here when I went to my artist gallery, Athena Scott, and I just went in there and I just basically invaded her gallery. I said, her studio. I just said, I want this, and this. Pack it up and we're going to put it and I'm going to bring it with me. Just pack all this up. I want all this. And this right here is the logo for Queen Louise Art Gallery. So moving on, coming back to the part where I said, don't be ashamed if your friends and family members are your customers, because that is amazing support. And you should be just so happy and blessed that somebody else, that people love your work and that is going to be seen by other people, because you don't know their circle. They got a circle of friends and they're going to walk through their house or their studio or their kitchen or wherever they decide to place this work. And they're going to go, wow, who's that? And then that gives you the potential to have customers that's not related to you. So just to end off the slideshow, this is the first lady of my church. Her name is Angela Brown, lovely, lovely lady. And they put on a jazz festival every year. And at the jazz festival, this right here is my head wrap series, my second part of the head wrap series, Purple Head Wrap. And she wanted that piece so badly, but it was out of her budget. And my sweet, very sweet mother, she said, well, can't we get a really, really nice print for her? I mean, framed and everything. So that is what we did. We purchased a, print for her. Because she really wanted that piece. And we got it professionally wrapped and everything. And we brought it to the church and we gave it to the pastor. And he's so funny. He was like, this for me? And I was like, no, this for Minister Angela. He was like, all right, I'll give it to her. So this is a video of her opening it up. And I hope you guys can hear it. We're not good gift wrappers. We got that professionally done. I couldn't wrap that like that. I love that video. So there was another wonderful video of someone else opening up a gift. It's not in here, but at least the little photos in here. Let me see, right here. So this was a video, same thing, where someone was gifted a piece of mine. So going into the end of the slide, I'll just talk about a little bit of where I see this going and see my business going. And, you know, I'm not exactly sure where, like, I don't have the clear picture of where it's going. Only the Lord knows exactly where I'm going, but just the little glimpses that he's given me of where the business is going. So we have the gallery, Queen Louise Art Gallery. And now that it's ours, it's our permanent location. We're going to, you know, get it remodeled because it needs a nice paint job and it needs the name of the business on the building, and we need, you know, some new lighting in it and stuff. But after that, we're going to do these shows. We're going to do rotating shows. So there's going to be shows, you know, just for Black women. There are going to be shows just for Black people, just for the LGBTQ community. There's going to be shows that's just for oil painters. So it's going to be a rotating show all the time. And we're going to do workshops and classes so that people can come in and either have open studio time, or they can actually come in and get taught by either me or another artist. And my whole mission for the gallery is educate, liberate, and empower artists. Because as of now, these are my social medias. I'll leave that up there for a second. As of right now, and how I know it in the art industry and how it's been described to me, is being involved with a gallery is very messy. And it's, you know, you never really know how to get into it as an up and coming artist. And that's what I've heard. But since having my own gallery and trying to immerse myself a little bit more in the art industry, it's actually been confirmed, where I've read articles and my mother sent me articles where galleries, a lot of galleries and popular galleries, they don't even have submission for up and coming artists. Is really, you have to either know the curator or you have to know a person who knows a person. It's like some kind of hookup. You got to have a hookup to get your work into a gallery. And that's what I want to change, where no, there's a clear, you can get into this exhibition, you can get into this gallery. There is a clear submission process for you to get in, because otherwise, how are you ever going to get your foot in the door other than you just, you know, you just being the buddy of the curator? It's like, I happen to know the curator or the gallery owner, so that's why I'm in this show. That's not a good way. And I don't think that's a healthy way either for you to run your business that way, and for you to grow the art industry. Because that way, the way that it's done is, all you have is these artists that's always there all the time, and there's never nobody new. There's never any room for a new person to come in and get their work seen and then become that big person, that big artist. They give no opportunity. So that's why I wanted my art gallery, is to give opportunities, and also to educate artists and liberate them and empower them that, you know what, galleries aren't the end all of the be all. You don't have to necessarily get into an art gallery to get your art career started. There are so many different avenues, and the art gallery is just one way. So I want to empower artists, because I know for me, when I was in school and coming up as an artist, that was the ultimate. Either work at a huge company like Disney or some awesome gaming company, or get into an art gallery. Those were the only two ways that you could grow in the art industry, but that's not the only two ways. So I want to educate artists that there are other ways to get your work out there and to really, move in the art industry. But also I want to educate, liberate, and empower them about their work in general, pricing their work and knowing their value of their work and knowing that, what you put down as the worth of your work is true, is real, and you don't need to change it. But also knowing that if this is the career that you chose, this is the path, this is your purpose, that means that it might take you longer to get the customers that you want, to find your customer base. But if this is what you're supposed to do, stay strong and stay steadfast in it and know your value and know your worth. And if somebody comes up to you and say, this is too expensive, or I could do this better, cheaper, or I could find another artist to do this cheaper, let them know that, all right, go to that person, because it ain't me, because I know that this piece right here is worth what I priced it. And if you can't pay for it, or it's not in your budget, that's fine, but you don't belittle the artist because it's not in your budget at the time. Let me stop sharing so you can see my face again. Okay. So I got a little bit longer. I think I go to about 5:20, so it's 5:15, which is better than yesterday, because yesterday I really stopped so short of my time, and me and Cassandra just had to sit here chatting, which was a wonderfully organic chat. It was wonderful, but I think now I've said enough, and I'll leave the rest of the time for any questions that anybody has.
Perfect timing, because I have, hey, how many of me do you see? I don't want this vision. I'm sorry. I'm using my tablet and my phone because I had actually forgotten to bring my charger for my tablet. So my tablet is at 13%. So I've got my phone for backup. But anywho, while you were talking, I was writing down 2 questions. But you know who should take priority? Folks who are watching, like at the YouTube chat. Zoe, are there any chat questions there?
Yes, there was a question in the chat. Erika, is it difficult to be a businesswoman and an artist, or do both parts work together easily?
So I think I always say I feel like I'm the exception, because I hear so many stories about, it being difficult for a woman artist and being difficult for a female business owner. I haven't run into any of those situations yet, where it's like I feel like I got the short end because I'm a woman or because I'm an artist. So let's see, or is both parts work together? Is it difficult being a businesswoman and an artist? So, okay. An artist. The difficulty comes when I have to do administrative work. I hate administrative work. I'm just saying, when I got to answer emails and I got to go and, mail stuff and I got to make calls and things like that, I hate it. I want to be in my studio. Is like, I'm still that little girl, that little artist that got in trouble in school. I just want to draw. I want to be in my studio. I don't want to go answering emails. So sometimes it is quite difficult to be a businesswoman and an artist. I want the art part to take precedent, but I am a business owner, so I do have to do business things. I have to take meetings. I have to answer emails. And that leads into, you need somebody else. You can't do this on your own. Businesswoman, businessman, business whatever. If you're going into business for yourself, you need somebody else, especially as an artist, because I've noticed that a lot of times artists, they're wonderful artists, but they don't know the business aspect. So they don't pay their bills on time. They don't, pay their taxes on time. And it's not as if they don't want to do that. It's just either they may not have the know-how, they don't have the business knowledge. They're not business savvy. Like, I'm not business savvy at all. It takes, your artwork takes a lot of time, where I've done pieces that's taken me 70 hours. And if I'm spending 70 hours in my studio, there's no time for me to go and do all the business things that I need to do. So thankfully, I was blessed that my mother is business savvy and she is that front house for me, and I get to be the back house. So all my bills, she's my CFO. She closes my books and the taxes and things. So that's the biggest advice that I could ever say. You need somebody else. And it doesn't have to be your immediate family member, whoever you find and they're in your corner and have that knowledge, let them be your support. You need support.
Thank you. So the first question that I had was, maybe I'll just give you two questions, and that way you can try to address them first. The first one is about spirituality. Clearly, you love the Lord because you do say the Lord a lot in your presentation.
I do. I love the Lord.
You even let loose of Jesus yesterday. So there was the Lord and Jesus. They were involved. And so if I could wonder, if you could speak about in a non-religious way, but if you could speak about how your spiritual practice sustains you as an artist or helps your artwork in any way. And the second one had to do with mentorship. You mentioned that you have a mentor. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit about how you work with your mentor, because I learned years ago that there are different kinds of mentors and different kinds of mentorships.
Absolutely.
So if you could talk about how having a mentor in your life helps you as an artist.
Right, absolutely. So the first one with the Lord, non-religiously speaking. In fact, I am non-denomination. There ain't no I'm Baptist, I'm this, I'm that. I just love the Lord. I just do. So how it has helped me artistically and business-wise is that there's so many that's going to be, so I'm going to just condense it, is when you have a higher power or something higher than you, that you're not just doing it for yourself. So if you're doing it for yourself, I'll tell you right now, with all the ups and downs and the struggles that I had in my business and being a business owner, I would have left so quick. I would have quit so hard. I would have quit so quickly, so hard. But knowing that I'm not doing this for me, I'm doing this because the power that is higher than me wants me. This is my purpose. This is what I'm supposed to do. That helps me forge forward. So when hard times come, just remember, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this because there's a purpose. There's a legacy that needs to be left behind. There's something that he needs me to do. I have to leave something. Okay. But I get a little emotional. But you need to leave something behind with you. So that's the biggest thing with this business is, I could have just got, a 9-to-5 job and that would have been fine. Ooh. But this is a different generation where I'm trying to leave something behind. Whew. Okay, so moving on to the next question about mentorship before I get all weepy. So my mentor is just really, I know there's different ways you can find a mentor, but honestly, he was my professor at Moore College of Art, and he was just one of my favorite professors. And after I graduated, I just, contacted him. I would just keep contacting him like, hey, I would run things by him. And then I just basically made him my mentor. We never discussed that you're my mentor now. I just basically made him my mentor because when things would come up where I was like, okay, I'm kind of new at this. I need to ask somebody that's a little bit more seasoned than me. He was just the person that I thought of. And I was like, you know what? He's on social media. I can message him and things like that. So that's how he became my mentor. And also, I knew one thing that I love about the Moore College of Art is they pride themselves on we are support, use us. When you leave this school, use us as much as possible for jobs, for recommendations. Please use us. So my college, in fact, my first job that I ever got, my first art commission job that I got after I graduated, it came from my college. Moore College of Art contacted me, and there was this woman that wanted me to do a mural in her jazz cafe. So the mentorship thing was just my thought of, oh, more, all the more alum and the more teachers and faculty, and it was already in my head that I could reach them again. I could reach back and talk to them. And I was like, well, his name is Joe. And I was like, well, Joe was my favorite teacher. So I'm just going to contact him and see if he, and see if he talks back. And also I asked Joe, made him my mentor because he was such a straight shooter, like really straight. Like he's good he'll curse and everything. He was like, look, I'm gonna tell you the real shit. And he'll say that. He really will. So that's how Joe became my mentor.
Wow, thank you, Erika. And never be afraid to cry because on camera, because those make the best interviews. When you're watching an interview and the person all of a sudden is like start crying, you're just like, yes, this is the real stuff.
It's the real deal.
I'm really thrilled with the 2 questions and your whole presentation, and I'm really inspired to see how you've grown as an artist over the years, having your own gallery. It's amazing, and I see a lot of big, beautiful things happening in your future. So thanks again. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for always asking me to come back, Cassandra.
I hope this is a long story to come in the future. And hopefully we'll be in person again soon with this darn pandemic situation. So thanks again.
Yeah, maybe one day we can have it in person at my gallery.
Wow, there's time years ago when we would have multiple venues. Like we'd have our children's story time hour at Big Blue Marble Bookstore. We'd have something in Robin's Bookstore. We'd have something here. And we would have something, one time we had cast party, like what do they call it? Something when
rap party.
So it's just a party, after party at a bar, at a whatever. So right, and we had do you know Florcy Morissette? She's a Haitian American woman who had a gallery for a long time in the Old City. But
don't quote me. Don't quote me. I'm not sure. Her name might sound familiar, but I don't know, because I'm like, was it around where those galleries were for First Friday stuff? Because
yes.
I may have been in her gallery, but not known who she was, because I only went to First Friday, I want to say maybe once or twice. And then after that, that's when the pandemic hit. And then I don't even think they do First Friday anymore.
Well, her gallery was one of our locations, and we had we did stuff at Taller Puerto Riqueño. So yeah, so the multi-venue thing is very, very, very doable. We just need to, regain energy and stuff, but it's happening. People are coming out of the pandemic. So thanks again. Alrighty, everybody, I am going to introduce Glynnis Reed. Glynnis Reed has exhibited her artwork extensively at the local, national, and international levels. Am I covering that? Okay. A solo exhibition of her art was featured at the Kunstram Arcade Gallery in Mödling, Australia. Her work has also been on view at the DePaul University Museum in Chicago, Illinois, the African American Museum of Philadelphia, PA, the Museum of the African Diaspora in San Francisco, California, Craft and Folk Art Museum in Los Angeles, California, the Noyes Museum of Arts in Oceanville, New Jersey, Allen's Lane Arts in Philadelphia, and the Laguna Art Museum in Laguna Beach, California, and numerous other exhibition spaces. She is a recipient of the Visions from New California Award. She holds an MFA in Studio Art from the University of California, Irvine. She is currently a dual title PhD candidate in art education and women's gender and sexuality studies at the Pennsylvania State University. Reed authored the young adult book, James Baldwin, novelist and critic, and is co-editor of the forthcoming volume, BPOC, alliances, BIPOC alliances, building community and curricula. You may view her artwork on her website, Glynnis Reed, which is spelled GLYNNISREED.com. Please welcome Glynnis Reed.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. I'm happy to be joining the festival again today. It was a great start yesterday, talking about my work called The Beheld Beings. Yes, I hope everyone has a chance to look at my website and see what I've been working on for the past couple of decades. But I'm going to present an artist book called AKA Wolf Woman. And I have a presentation to share of that book. And so first I'll play the presentation reading my poem, and then I'll read a paper that's about this artist book. So AKA Wolf Woman. He found her repugnant, could not stand her hairy ways, nor her desire that laid like a limp pat of butter on a clean plate. He hunted her to the margins of his brain, knew she was wolf woman, brazen plunges beneath woman. In the black nest he wallowed, with prayers in the hollow of hope buried under her dreams. So that's my poem, AKA Wolf Woman. And this presentation will go on a rotation as I read my paper, and you have a chance to look a little bit closer at the images. In my artist book, AKA Wolf Woman, which features my poem by the same name, I explore the ideas of being a misfit and an uncontained neurodivergent woman. I seek to express the flows of moods, mostly through mixed media photo-based images of myself and my niece, Celia. Celia is a pseudonym. According to the Smithsonian Library and Archives, quote, an artist's book is a medium of artistic expression that uses the form or function of book as inspiration. It is artistic initiative seen in the illustration, choice of materials, creation process, layout, and design that makes it an art object, end quote. It was my goal to depict layers of identity and the experience of interior shifts in mood and affect through the images in my artist book. I counterbalance the imagery with a poem that speaks to the patriarchal he that surveys the non-conforming woman and seeks to capture and contain her. He does not understand her, but desires to control her. In this work, I seek to express some of the feelings of women who exceed the boundaries imposed on us in a racist, ableist, patriarchal culture. I present the idea of twinness as a site of dialogues with the self through doubled imagery of my subjects. When I speak of twinness, on one level, I refer to a spiritual double that we all might have within. There's the relationship one may have to their inner voice or higher self, a gentle nudging from one's interiority. I bring out that dual interior quality as an embodiment, an image of doubled physical selves that have power and drive within the matrix of the unitary individual self. The doubling of the self also conveys a mirror image, were we to gaze too closely at ourselves in the looking glass. If that spiritual double had mass and form, I wonder, would it look just like me? I explore the idea of twinness by portraying the spiritual double of the self as somewhat shifted, out of alignment, flipped, or reversed. The movement between layers of identity are also indicated by my drawings on top of some of the photos. Additionally, my work with the doubling of the self is related to W.E.B. Du Bois's concept of double consciousness. In his classic text, The Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois states, quote, it's a peculiar situation this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. Du Bois engages, end quote. Du Bois engages with double consciousness here from the standpoint of African Americans' experiences of race, but I also identify with a sense of double consciousness that speaks to the marginalization I experience in the multiple identities I inhabit. These identities reflect warring ideals and unreconciled strivings and make me vulnerable to tremendous objectification. The displacement of my own identity and its complicated entanglements produces the multiple consciousness of selves that are not isolated, but somehow relate to each other and network in experiences of exclusion. I become invisible in the intersections of my identity for many different reasons, whether it's because of my race, gender, sexuality, disability, or any other factor that promotes ontological or epistemological estrangement from the mythic norm. Who I am and what I know and value. Yet there is a continuous process of trying to make a place for myself in situations where it feels like there is no place for me. Consequently, rather than saying I resort to dialogues with the self, I assert that I utilize the entanglements and intersections of my identity as a way to know myself and the world better. I embrace my spiritual connection to my ancestors, who I imagine commingle with me at times as if they were a part of myself. I employ artistic and meditative processes in this artist book and in my life for the sake of self-revelation and self-realignment. So in this twinness, I am my own companion in the absence of being understood or accepted out there in spaces beyond myself. My articulation of twinness is also networked to the idea of the Yoruba Ibeji, divine twins that go by a variety of names in the African diaspora. Ibeji represent dualistic, opposing, yet complementary forces, such as masculine and feminine, or light and dark, or expansion and contraction. Many of the dualistic pairs are co-constituted, and between them, they evoke an infinitude of diverse and divergent states of being. Knowing that in my Blackness, I'm not considered normative by white supremacist patriarchal culture. In my disability, I am not considered fully human. In my womanness and the entanglement of all these aspects of myself, I am thought of as abject. And even in the twin-like and fluid nature of my sexuality, I am often cast out as beyond the pale by many monosexual people. With all these active and excluded conditions, where could someone like me belong? Wearing the mask to pass is an option, whether by choice or not, when it comes to attempting to fit in. I have an invisible disability, which ordinarily allows me to pass as able-bodied and neurotypical. Despite my queerness, people often assume that I'm heterosexual because of the preconceived notions of how a queer person looks or behaves. However, most people would more accurately identify me as a Black woman. I juggle so many different sensibilities and affects stemming from my multiple identities. Living in the margins can lead to feelings of displacement. For years, I have persistently felt like I am searching for home. Returning to the places I reside has not always satisfied that feeling. This longing for home relates to a diasporic consciousness, desiring to find the particular place and queer kinship relations where my needs of belonging and care can be fulfilled. At this point, in the absence of a true homeland, I find out where I belong through making art. Writing poetry, painting, drawing, doing photography, and other creative activities helps me realize that if I belong anywhere at this time, I belong in my own body, in my home, this temple, my flesh. I'm starting to understand that home for me begins right here, standing on my square of earth, living life as this misfit called Glynnis. In my photo drawing, Interior Dreams, the doubled heads of my niece Celia causes her to appear to be twins joined at the head. But they are not conjoined by flesh, but rather deeply and radically entangled together by their hair. The two figures in their connections seem to oscillate between being one thing, then two. Multiples have the potential to come together to form oneness, while the multiplicity of one may not always be apparent. In Haitian Vodou, the divine twins are called Marasa. Presley Sanon writes in 1 + 1 = 3, Marasa consciousness, Loa, and 3 stories, quote, in the Marasa Twa formulation in Haiti and West and Central West Africa, the two twins that evoke the third element, Dosu/Dosa, which is the third child born after twins, combined in the Americas and conceived another world, a diaspora steeped in ruptures as well as continuities, out of which arose something that was simultaneously both and neither, end quote. This quotation from Presley Sanon evinces the macroscopic resonances of the twinness of myself and Celia in my artist book, where our multiplicity and multifacetedness relate to a similar dynamism and elasticity that could be found in the greater picture of African diaspora women's experiences. Behind the mask of normativity are the twin selves in my artworks, where two become one, then shift back to two, and potentially create a third, as stated in Presley Sanon's Marasa formulation. I see my work in this artist book situated in what Rosemary Garland Thompson calls in her article Misfits, a feminist materialist disability concept, quote, the concept of misfitting as a shifting, spatial, and perpetually temporal relationship that confers agency and value on disabled subjects at risk of social devaluation by highlighting adaptability, resourcefulness, and subjugated knowledge as potential effects of misfitting, end quote. My poem, AKA Wolf Woman, begins with a sense of abject disgust on the part of the patriarchal other who finds the female subject of the poem repugnant and could not stand her hairy ways. This speaks to how women are often positioned as subject to the male gaze, and when seen as outside of what is acceptable or beautiful, we are often considered disposable. The male in this poem, however, seeks to control the uncontained misfit woman of my narrative, hunting her to the margins of his brain, although he knew she was Wolf Woman. The reference to Wolf Woman is an intertextual allusion to a drawing titled Wolf Woman from my Beheld Beings series of drawings, which depicts an emotive, hirsute female portrait. I depict tensions of affect through the layering of images of nature in my portraits of myself and Celia, through saturated flowing color and drawing that mediates the photo-based work in my artist book. I also aim by the final image in the book to portray a sense of self-satisfaction and wholeness in the neurodivergent subject, who, experiencing the fluidity of feelings and ideas, accepts herself and stands sovereign from the patriarchal gaze. The liberatory potential in misfitting is seen in Garland Thompson's statement, quote, so although misfitting can lead to segregation, exclusion from the rights of citizenship, and alienation from a majority community, it can also foster intense awareness of social injustice and the formation of a community of misfits that can collaborate to achieve a more liberatory politics and praxis. So whereas the benefit of fitting is material and visual anonymity, the cost of fitting is perhaps complacency about social justice and the desensitizing to material experience, end quote. As we move forward as global feminist subjects seeking equity and justice for the marginalized, I believe that the freedom to articulate oneself and one's identity is crucial for liberation of misfits. I created this artist book combining my poetry and portrait artworks flowing freely with the emotions and experiences of neurodivergence to forward a politics of resistance to hegemony and marginalization based on race, class, gender, sexuality, and ability. Thank you. So I'm happy to take any questions for these last few minutes that we have for my presentation time. Okay, So I just like to share that this artist book is a culmination of work that had begun some time ago when I first thought of putting together these two images of my niece and her portrait image in order to kind of highlight this relationship that I have through my own blood kin. So I feel a connection to her. And so I've kind of sometimes used her image as a reflection of my own identity and my own self. So this series, this artist book started in that way as a reflection upon Celia's image. And as I worked with these images and ultimately came to integrate my own portrait in these digital collages and mixed media drawings, our photo drawings, I came to find that there was content in this imagery, in these images of multiplicity, these images of doubling and twinness that express something that I knew, but somehow didn't know all the details about until I've come to more research in my doctoral program about different aspects of African diaspora, religion and spirituality that helped me to understand some of the sort of things that were revealed to me through my art, or that I noticed previously, but maybe didn't have the language to describe in words. So it's been a pretty amazing journey to create the art and also do arts-based research in my doctoral program to understand what that discovery process is about making art and being involved in the creative process and finding oneself through art and having spirit find me in the process of making art. So it's been a pretty great experience for me working as an artist in a scholarly program as a doctoral candidate. So I'm wondering, Cassandra, maybe we could have some discussion or questions that might be asked at this point.
Hi, I'm using a different device now because my primary device ran out of power since I accidentally left my charger at home. So I'm using my cell phone. Unfortunately, it has extremely low volume. So I can see you and I can hear you, but I can't hear you very well. So I'm trying to lips. So you were saying you're open to questions? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And if you want to put in the, are you able to access the chat on your phone?
I have the chat here and I'm monitoring for questions. We don't have any questions yet.
I'm sorry, what was that, Chloe?
We don't have any questions in the chat yet, but
There are no questions in the chat. So Glynnis was asking me if I can access on my phone.
If you wanted to ask me a question in the chat, if you're not able to really hear me, I can text you back.
So, there are two chats. There's one for people who are watching it on YouTube. So the only way we can see those is if Zoe copies the questions and sends to us. And Zoe says we don't have any questions waiting right now. And then we have the one here where anybody who is on the private Zoom can chat within there.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm just checking to see on my phone. Yes, I can chat, but it would be more difficult for me to, I don't type well with my Angel Hogan sends a lot of hearts to us all. So let's see. So the question is, it's easier for me to speak rather than chat using my phone.
Oh, that's fine. I was just trying to figure out what would be easier for you. But is there any questions you have for me that I could talk about in the 2 minutes left?
I'm referring to the schedules because that gives me a sense of where to go next. So you have until 5:50, and it is now, it's 5:48. We made it practically. Yeah, if we had like 10 whole minutes, I would do it like a different thing, like a conversation between two artists. But there are only like 2 minutes left. And did it bring you joy to make the book?
I'm sorry, did it bring me joy to make the book? You
Right.
know, I feel like it's a process because it came in stages to create that book. And I wouldn't say joy was the word I would use. It was a nice moment of reflection upon what I had created, the images and assembling them and looking at how they related to the poem. It was a reflective moment for me, you know, rather than necessarily joyful. And I enjoy those moments of reflection and finding peace and contemplation in art making. But I get a lot of different kind of emotional or mood effects from art making. So I appreciate having that as a channel in my life.
How'd you get that gig in Australia?
It was in Austria, actually.
Austria, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So it was in a artist residency in Austria. I had previously done a residency in Northern California, and there was a kind of a consortium between that residency and the one in Austria that allowed me to have opportunity to even compete to get that opportunity. So I was there for 2.5 months, and it was amazing. I had a loft studio live workspace basically on the Danube River. I worked there, took photos of landscape, went to Paris and took pictures, went to Vienna on several occasions and took photographs. And I created from those photographs that I took in Austria, I created my series called Paper Thin Boundaries, which were self-portraits that were also on display in the gallery in Mödling, Austria. Thank you, which is near Vienna. So yeah. And then I created another series of collages called Perceptions, which were, a lot of them were on book pages, books that I found in Austria. I happened upon the setup of a like kind of a used book display, and I bought some books and made collages on these book pages. And then wound up doing another series called From the Earth to the Skies once I got home in 2012, created these different landscape, multi-layered images that were really spiritual and kind of influenced by Baroque sensibility aesthetically, and also spirituality in a different form that I experienced it back then.
Is there something that you would like to say or wish you were asked?
Just that I keep growing and keep learning and keep expanding. And in that, it allows me to grow and learn myself. I'm kind of thinking of ideas about how do we teach ourselves, you know, as artists, as women, as marginalized people, to survive in the world. So, you know, art is part of that survival for me, and it's been important for me for many, many, many years.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate that part of your presentation has to do with LGBTQ+, because other than myself, I don't think that there was much representation. Everybody brought something different to the festival this year. I mean, it always happens that way, but I think visibility, queer visibility in the Black community is really very, 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 very important. And
absolutely.
So that was just part of the many things I liked about your presentation, but I wanted to specifically bring that up and say that I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Cassandra, and thank you for inviting me to participate.
Oh, my pleasure. Hopefully we'll work together again somehow in the arts.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Thank you, Glynnis. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Bye.
So next up is Keisha Oliver. And I could start introducing Keisha Oliver. Keisha's scheduled to go on at 5:50. So let me put this back on my gallery view. How do I do that on my phone? Can I just boldly ask, is Keisha here? Zoe, do you know if Keisha's here?
I am.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm also in my car because I'm on
Wow.
20
Are we
hour
gonna
road.
read it, or was that the plan?
You can video chat me, but I'm sitting in my car with my 2 dogs. So
So you're gonna be doing this in your car. I don't know if I can't, it's not very loud on my phone. So did you say you're gonna do this from your car, or do you need a little time to get from your car to someplace else?
no, I won't be able to get anywhere else. So I think we're gonna be good. I'm hoping we're good.
Awesome. I'm sure it'll be fine. Are you all set, or do you need some time?
I will just need to share my screen.
Okay.
And yeah, do you want me to turn my camera on? I have some sunlight coming on my left. I tried to park as good as I possibly can, but I can turn my camera on if you'd like for me to.
You can turn your camera on. You'll turn it on after the introduction, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's fine with me. If you want us, should I introduce you now?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Keisha Oliver. I think is. Okay. Keisha Oliver is a social artist, designer, community facilitator, and educator whose cross-disciplinary practice explores themes of identity, social equity, and cultural heritage within the Afro-Caribbean and African diaspora. Oliver is an assistant professor in art and design and the head of the Visual Arts and Design Department at the University of the Bahamas. She holds degrees in visual communication from the University of the Creative Arts and the University of the Arts, London, and is currently on sabbatical leave to pursue doctoral studies in art education and African American and diaspora studies at the Pennsylvania State University, where somebody else went. Oliver's research interests investigate historical and contemporary Afro-Caribbean practices with a focus on colonial and post-colonial influences in Bahamian visual culture. Her current research, The Lost Voices in Bahamian Visual Culture, is an archival project documenting marginalized art histories beginning with the 1950s. She also contributes as an arts writer, photographer, and independent curator with creative and nonprofit organizations invested in advancing Caribbean visual culture. Please welcome Keisha Oliver.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. I will start sharing my screen if that's okay. And so, hi, everybody. Again, I apologize for my visual right now. I'm in my car, but I think this presentation will be just as authentic as my experience right now. And so, like Cassandra said, I am an interdisciplinary artist, and my work has really straddled between these notions of identity, social equity, and cultural heritage within the Afro-Caribbean context. Particularly being from the Bahamas, I'm interested in how there is so much that persons, particularly those descending from the African diaspora, have no real knowledge of their roots. And so for me, this is a very personal journey as well. So today, the selection of works that I want to share really focus on this theme of the forgotten. I'm really interested in stories and narratives and images that have kind of been silenced in history, within heritage, within tradition. And so you will see the works looks at portraiture, the Black body, and my more recent work that Cassandra had mentioned as it relates to lost voices in Bahamian visual culture looks at participatory visual research and how engaging the community is a really big part of how we can reclaim identity, reclaim these silenced voices and silenced narratives. And so we're going to start with, again, looking at how photography, digital photography specifically is a real kind of core to my work ethic now. And although I explored it and exhibited manual and digital photography in my kind of undergrad and grad studies, I would say really in 2011, and kind of around when this works was produced, We Feel You Stare, was really when my professional practice shifted to digital photography and focusing on the portraiture, the Black portrait. And this particular works is a part of a series entitled We Feel You Stare. And it's a photograph of two brothers with the albinism condition. And so for those of you not familiar, they have a sensitivity to sunlight. And so this particular photograph, the brothers were photographed outside. And the idea behind it kind of really addresses these ideas of, what constitutes beauty and identity, and what the parameters are and the restrictions are and the kind of prejudices are of social acceptance. And so here you have these two young brothers that are often ostracized because of how they look. And I actually produced this body of work for a exhibition in the Bahamas that was surrounding these ideas of beauty. And I wanted to challenge that notion of persons that are often not seen, again, in this idea of the forgotten, the silenced, and really looking at and celebrating and highlighting persons who are beautiful in every sense of the word, but they're just not always defined or framed in that way. And it's really, this story with the brothers was really special as well, because we have a long-term relationship. I'm still in contact with them. I engage with them in kind of showing them what photography entailed. And so a lot of the work that I do still kind of carries on that sense of community, that sense of you're not a subject or a muse in my work, but you are a part of the work. So it's very much rooted in this idea of participatory, engaging the individual who's a part of the kind of framing of the society of the African diaspora, the Afro-Caribbean community, who needs to be kind of celebrated. And so this is a really important part of how I got into photography and how my work has really been informed over the years. And so in that same year, I was kind of interested in these ideas of objects as well, looking at the landscape, looking at the environmental kind of conditions. Obviously, the Bahamas, like many parts of the Caribbean, are kind of threat to climate change, and just looking at how important it is to preserve these ideas of what is often quoted as the tropical paradise. And this particular work was really initially concerned with aesthetics and the idea of like the discarded coconut, and how, when you kind of translate that to elements of society being discarded and forgotten about, I really wanted to just bring to the forefront how something so trivial, so insignificant to our everyday, how it can be heightened through the use of photography. But again, this too became something that was participatory, because for those of you that aren't aware, the Bahamas is an archipelago or a chain of islands. And so I was able to kind of engage persons from each of the islands. It's about 17 developed islands, and have them kind of locate and find a coconut of their own and then ship it to me or mail it to me. So there you have this idea of engagement, asking persons who may not be artists at all, who may not have any, would they feel, sense of creativity, have them engage in a process where they have to go and look for this discarded coconut that they've already used, that's drying on the side of the road in the back of their yards, and for them, identify beauty in that object and then send that on to someone else, passing that on. And so I think this project was special in that It's created a chain, a sort of a chain of communication. It created a kind of a network of people that otherwise would have no appreciation for these objects. And it created an awareness about the environment, because as people would search for these objects, they became very kind of intentional about what they chose, how they then treated their yards or their beaches, where coconut trees typically grow in the Bahamas. And it just created a sense of awareness about climate change, about social, environmental responsibility, etc. So you see that other themes outside of things being silenced and forgotten, how they're creeping in because of my personal interests and my personal history with objects, with people, and tying them into the works as I develop and become more grounded in this digital photography. And so following the Forgotten Seed, you can see I'm becoming a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more experimental with this works, and a little bit more kind of, I guess, a little bit more unapologetic in my intent with the work and kind of calling people out. And when I say calling out, I'm referencing these ideas of labeling. And so this piece titled Outcast, it was a photography project that really captures Black Bahamian men that are labeled as vagrants, essentially, and they frequent an inner city part of the capital of the Bahamas, which is downtown Nassau. And the final piece that you see is a kind of composite of 3 photographs of 3 different men. And what I've done is create this collage that really produces a new identity. And this new identity, it kind of challenges these ideas of a constructed identity framed in through this position of power, right? The position of power, privilege, and casting prejudice, casting shame on poverty. And I really wanted to kind of allow people to think about how this is imposing these false identities kind of shred at the fabric of society, the fabric of communities, and very small communities at that, because the Bahamas, with a population just over 400,000 across the archipelago, with only maybe, I want to say, 200,000 of those living in the capital, there are small communities. So for you to now to start to shred at the very fabric of deciding who people are, what they can and cannot do, it's so problematic. Yes, it's a very kind of historically archaic way of a mindset of people. But I think if we look at decolonial thought, if we look at ideas of inclusivity, we have to be very intentional and aware of these labels we cast and how they can be very damaging to individuals and society. So this piece is really challenging that idea, taking these photographs of these 3 men that I all know in this community, and teaching them and telling them about what I'm doing. And in that, having a conversation about how they feel about being cast out in society and being kind of revered in that way. And then again, using this idea of found objects in the space, the wood that this piece is actually displayed on is just a reclaimed piece of plywood that was discarded in that area. So bringing the sense of place within what was in exhibition at the Central Bank of the Bahamas, which is a kind of national bank. And then this piece too, being around a body of works, of other works by other artists that were so refined, that were so kind of on the opposite end of, I guess, what this was about. This was challenging the notions of what we should and shouldn't do, and how we should think about what we kind of portray and what we, our mindset. Whereas a lot of the art in that space was very much kind of framed around the notions of high art that is not problematic. I use that word. And again, that too, just the sense of the exhibition, the artworks in the exhibition created a really interesting kind of dialogue in relation to what should and should not be in our kind of white cube gallery space. So that was a really interesting moment for me, very exciting to start to change my voice, change my tonality as an artist through the medium of digital photography. And so one of the three last projects I want to talk about is Unity Girls. And so you see this kind of revisiting of the Black body. You see this idea of, again, a group of individuals that oftentimes, the elderly are kind of cast out. In this sense, these women, this is a collection of portraits of women who actually reside at a home for the elderly, which is called Unity House. And these women were born in the 1930s. So really special, like just timeless. You can imagine the stories, you can imagine the memories that just through conversation with them when taking the photographs come to the fore, and just having conversations about social, racial, and political tensions at that time in a space, again, a predominantly Black space that has been influenced by Western culture. So a lot of things coming from Europe, from the Americas, and how that has impacted their lives. And you just see, for me, I'm always fascinated by those that are older than myself, particularly the elderly, like my grandmother, my grandfather, and how much we can see in the way they look, like how history kind of lives in their portrait. And so these portraits kind of exude that, a reverence to history, a reverence to, a nod to their time, their contribution. And I think it's just important because they too were placed in an exhibition called Single Sex at the National Art Gallery of the Bahamas that was about women and their contributions in society. So for me, it was really important to be able to show that, and for you to for me to show that in that space, in the context of who is deemed important and who is deemed valid as contributors in that space. So the last project I'm going to really share is one that is more recent, and it looks at these ideas of not only using digital photography in as a focus or the focus medium of the project, but as a part of a wider kind of interdisciplinary project. So here I was engaged in photographing what are front porches in kind of inner city communities, because the porch as a structure no longer exists in a lot of these spaces. And I was very much interested in how the front porch exists as this kind of social structure that's fading from the landscape, fading from the cultural space, and how with that we're losing so much of what society used to be in the 70s and the 60s, particularly when architecture kind of leaned towards the porch, and making those connections, having conversations, building an archive of conversations, and using that as a springboard for my now project, which is Lost Voices in Bahamian Art, which is a cultural heritage archive. So for me to kind of summarize the work, to summarize the kind of enthusiasm behind using photography, I really see that this idea of photography, this idea of sound, this idea of kind of documenting the stories, the memories in a way that helps Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Bahamian people savor the moment and be able to reclaim their voices through this medium, through the arts. And so I hope you enjoyed seeing some of the work. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. If you have questions, feel free to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keisha. I enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. That was Keisha Oliver, everyone. And up next is Ghettosongbird and her troupe. Samantha Ghettosongbird Hollins is an independent culture rock singer, songwriter, guitarist, journalist, and historian from North Philadelphia. Since 2001, she has been blazing stages at legendary rock venues, including CBGB's in New York, The Bitter End, also in New York, the Whiskey A Go-Go in LA, the Troubadour in London, and the Overthrust Winter Mania Metal Fest in Botswana, of course. She was also the curator of her own festival, Wingdom Fest, in 2005 to 2008, and presently her digital publication, The Culture Rock Griot. Recently, there has been a documentary filmed about Ghettosongbird's Philadelphia story by angelhogan.com, and she was the recipient of a prominent award called the Sweet Peak Washington Star Legacy Award alongside many of her music heroes. Ghettosongbird recorded her Alley of the Earth EP in Los Angeles in 2002 with the help of her mentor, Rosalie Brooks, a recording artist in the 60s, who wrote and recorded with Jimi Hendrix and recently passed away. The first single landed the songbird on the classic BET show 106 and Park, and in front of many music executives in a time that young Black women rocking with an aggressive guitar, electric guitar, was taboo in the mainstream. This says Mrs. Songbird. Mrs. Songbird and her rocksploitation band featuring her husband, Ronan Ali, on drums, her best friend, Chris Nelson, on keys, and her son, Djembe, on djembe, has shared stages with some of their heroes, including HR, Bad Brains, Angelo of Fishbone, RES, Vernon Reed's who's from Living Color, jam band called the Freeform Funky Freaks, which includes Jamaluddin Takuma and G. Calvin Weston. Botswana's metal legends, Overthrust, spoken word pioneers, The Last Poets, Sonia Sanchez, and many veteran musicians. Ghettosongbird's message music, she calls it, which she calls culture rock, has made a lingering impact playing throughout the USA, Australia, the UK, Brazil, and Africa, breaking rules along her extraordinary journey. Please welcome Ghettosongbird.
Peace and love. I am Ghettosongbird, and right here with me is my children's band called H Fam. I want to thank you, Black Women's Arts Festival, for having me once again. I love being a part of this festival. Thank you, Cassandra. And last year, you inspired me to bring my children on and perform with me. And ever since, they've been doing it, especially recently. And my son, Djembe Hollins, Ikembe Hollins, and Clave Hollins will accompany me today. So I have a question for Mr. Djembe Hollins. I remember in 2017, I had this little guy right here, and I was kind of just not into doing music, uninspired, because I was going through postpartum and just trying to get my mind right. And I didn't touch my guitar for a long time. And then Djembe started playing one of my songs over and over again. I believe he was 4 years old. What song is that, Djembe? Because he said this is his favorite song. Alley of the Earth. Alley of the Earth? You want to do that song first?
No, why is the Tyson for?
No, we're going to do Alley of the Earth first. You ready, guys? And I choose to do this song first as well. This is the first song that I ever recorded in 2002. My Alley of the Earth EP is celebrating 20 years strong. Don't get tired yet, Club, baby. You started. I'm not getting tired. Ikembe, you can't go nowhere. Come sit down.
Everybody gets to my lights.
Ikembe, sit down. Okay, here we go. Ikembe, keep still. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, and. Has come to follow the sun. The time has come to follow the sun.
Samantha?
Yes.
You guys are upside down again.
We upside down?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, upside down in the house.
And now you're right side up.
Yeah, okay.
We're right side up.
Willow, can you fix it? We have my daughter Lilo Hollins behind the scenes helping out.
Yes.
Lilo,
Angela,
can you
yes.
over this
She's a
side?
big help. Yes. And Lo's blowing editing us. No, she's
Yeah.
not. No, she's not.
Sit down.
Evie?
Okay, so now I want to introduce Clave Hollins. Clave Hollins, my oldest son, he has a song that he told me that he really likes. What song is that, Clave?
Oh, it's a house. The ball.
You said the bird song.
The ball. Birds.
Not Three Little Birds. Oh, we like that one too. We can do that one. You want to do Three Little Birds?
Okay.
Okay.
Three little birds.
Okay, I need to sit down, okay?
I just spot. There's something wrong with your guitar.
Yes, I think we knocked it out.
Oh, that's all.
Oh, what am I going to do? What's that? It's not turning on.
Even though it's funny, ain't you?
Okay, we might have to go acoustic because I'm having an electric issue over here.
I'll get it.
Thank you, Lila.
Okay, so Evie, you know cute
This is my room, Lila.
they should sit down for the rest of the show. So, they can see us. No, everybody. I'm trying to turn it on. Oh, it's on. It's on, Mom.
I'll do the
Okay, you ready? You ready? That's really loud.
Okay, we're going to play a song called Three Little Birds by their favorite singer, Bob Marley. Okay, come on. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, sun. Three little birds, pitch by my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melting joy into. This is a message to you. Ooh, don't worry about a thing. Every little thing gonna be alright. Come on, no, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. One more time. 'Cause up this morning, rising sun, three little birds, pitched by my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melodies flowing. Sing it. This is our message to you. Don't worry about a thing. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Oh, yeah, yeah. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Here we go, y'all. Sing. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Hello, thank
It's
you.
not ready yet.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up my electric again.
What are we doing next?
We're going to do the Electric Ladybird song.
That's one of my other favorites. Yeah, I don't know. And then we do Watch It Sing.
Wasn't that on our favorite song I was going to mention?
Shut up!
What?
Okay, wait, come sit down.
Evie, don't be
We don't
rude.
talk like that, Evie.
That's me.
Did you turn it on?
Whoa. This is a ring I made you.
You come back. Come on, come sit down.
I think it's
Watch It Sing is my favorite band.
I think it's on phone.
All right, just give me my acoustic.
There you go. I think it works now.
No, it's not.
Okay, it works. It works.
Hold it. Okay, it's on.
Hang up on famous.
No, it's not on. All right, this song is entitled Electric Ladybird. Some people staring at me. Like somehow the very free. There's being down around the world. Just because I am black and blue. But I'm gonna let this love Christmas tree. She really played at the time. I didn't tell the story too. I don't have this much power. Cause I'll be down electric radio. I can play with my girl and hang around with the boys and hang around the world until I hit the
And this is the last song. Last station.
No, this is not the last song. We're just getting started. You come sit down.
Yeah, that's getting
So
silly.
this is what I go through when I try to do anything at home. Being a mother
It's
and
really
doing my
gay.
music at the same time, it's very difficult.
No, being is very gay.
Yeah, it's very yay, but the difficult
By
side,
the gates.
the difficult side is actually trying to do what I plan to do, and it kind of goes a different way. And I've learned to bring both worlds together, but sometimes, especially with a 5-year-old, you get these interruptions that can shift everything, and you have to be focused and still push through. So as I rehearse, I try to bring my children in so they can learn and understand that importance. And this little guy, he wants to be the star of the show.
Yes.
He was
I
actually
want to be the master. I want to be the king.
Ikembe, come here, Ikembe. Ikembe, sit down. He was born on the same day as Michael Jackson.
No, I came out. I came out. And I was on the 29th. I came out on the 29th.
Yeah, I know. And that's the same day as Michael Jackson's birthday.
You want to be the
star of the show.
What am I
And there are moments where he really does his
I miss
thing.
Michael Jackson. Look at Michael Jackson died.
He loves Michael Jackson.
Why didn't kill Michael Jackson?
Ikembe.
All I do is hug Michael.
Come sit down, Ikembe. You know, Lilo, take Ikembe so we can finish. He's a little hype right now. He needs to calm down.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to get
Okay. So we're gonna finish the show. The next song we're gonna do is Warm My Heartstrings. You ready, guys?
You want to cover me?
No, play it on the djembe. All right, go ahead, djembe. Start it off.
Play on the djembe.
Go ahead, djembe.
Okay.
All right, which song should we do next?
We should do Rocksploitation.
You want to do Rocksploitation?
No, we should do that last. We should save the best for last.
The best for last. What should we do?
How many more songs do you have in mind?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, still not gone. Yeah, we're still on what? piece of deal.
I think we should do
What about the
exploitation. Let's do that.
I thought we were gonna save that for last.
We're gonna do it then.
Okay, what's the start?
Exploitation.
What's the start like?
Jimmy Hollins and Bobby Hollins. And I am Ghettosongbird. We're gonna do one more song for y'all. We're gonna do Mother Sucker, Blood Sucker. You know what the song is about, Claudia? You know what the song is about?
I think it's about something about life. I think it's about back in old days, the white people invaded your home. So you had to stand up for yourself and you tried to
No.
It's basically facing your fears, which is how you to earn. I think
Mother Sucker, Blood Sucker is about standing up for yourself. Just one baby, man. Peace and love. I am Ghettosongbird. I want to give a shout out to my husband, Ronan Ali, and my brother, Chris Nelson, the Rosswaytation Band. And I want to thank you for having us. You can find us on all social media outlets under Ghettosongbird, and you can also find my music on Bandcamp. Thank you, Jimbe Hollins. You have something to say?
Yeah, yes. The kids have a channel. It's called H Fam 6 TV. It's on YouTube. You can go check it out if you want.
And thank you, Clave Hollins. You have something you want to say?
Yesterday afternoon, one of the greatest days on stage of my life. Well, one time this year where I actually got on stage with my mother.
And today you do too.
Yeah.
Yes. And I thank you guys. It was fun.
You're welcome, Mom.
Y'all want to do one more song on the way out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
do Let's Stop Queen.
Let's
Stop Queen. Come on. Let's Stop Queen. Let's Stop Queen. 1, 2, 3, and. Once again, I'm Ghettosongbird. Peace and love.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ghettosongbird, did I miss something that you said? Because I can't really hear well on my phone.
Oh, no. Just said thank you so much always, Cassandra.
Oh, thank you so much for performing and for having your kids with you. It's always a delight. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, everyone. So closing comments for tonight. I'd like to thank everybody who participated today. Sincere Melody, also known as Sean Fulton, angelhogan.com, poetry. Tamara L. Xavier, who did movement and a lecture. Kaimu Notions, who did inspirational talk. Asha Mullock, who's a filmmaker. Nikki Powerhouse, an author and performer. Erika Richards, an illustrator. and gallery owner. Glynnis Reed, she read from one of her books, her book. I see more in the future. She's a fine artist and a poet. And Keisha Oliver is an author, an artist and a writer. And Ghettosongbird is a musician. So this has been the 16th Annual Black Women's Arts Festival. I'm Cassendre Xavier, the founder and director. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that you will join us next year. One reason I'm not saying a whole hell of a lot is because I'm tuckered. I'm plumb tuckered. But I had a great time, and I'm really looking forward to next year's. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Have a good night.